Good morning. It is 10 a.m. and we are ready to start. I anticipate this to be a very good meeting where we solve problems and we look at the things we're making progress on. Thank you for being here. A special welcome to the folks who are here from the Drayton Boulevard area, which I think is probably a lot of you. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Sheriff, Dan Coverly.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next up, we have public comment. I want to take just a moment and explain briefly how public comment works. There are a number of ways that you can submit public comment. And if you are here in person, we are happy to hear from you. We have general public comment at the beginning of our meetings where you can comment over anything that we have jurisdiction over. Then for every action item on our agenda, we also allow public comment specific to that agenda item. So if you are here to speak to a specific agenda item, we will invite you to speak when that agenda item comes up. However, if you cannot be here later in the meeting, feel free to give us your comment on that agenda item during opening public comment. We also allow written public comment. Embedded in the agenda is a link to where you can submit written public comment. The way that works is that goes to our administrative assistant and she will collect, the agenda goes out typically on a Friday. On Monday, there's a 4 o'clock deadline and everything that comes in that's relevant to the agenda on Thursday, she will put together and that will be posted to our supplemental agenda packet. Then same thing on Tuesday and Wednesday before the meeting. So anyone who submits written public comment, those will be put together and sent out via supplemental agenda packet. And I can guarantee you that I look at those. I make a point of leaving time on Thursday morning so I can make sure I've read all the public comment that comes in written form for any agenda item. And I've checked with my colleagues, they all have that practice as well, that they make sure to leave time to read all the written public comment that comes in, even if it's on Wednesday prior to Thursday's board meeting. So that avenue of providing written public comment is an effective way to get your message to us. With that said, I will mention that we have a 3-minute time limit. This is our timer. As you are giving your 3-minute public comment, you'll see the yellow button and hear a beep when you have 30 seconds left. And when the red button goes off and you hear more beeps, that means your 3 minutes has concluded. There are other considerations on public comment that I won't read, but they are contained on our agenda. At this time, I will open the meeting for public comment. Mr. Jackson, welcome.
Thank you. Maybe. Jim Jackson. I usually speak about Johnson Lane. I won't disappoint you. I will do that again. On Tuesday, I was making several trips up and down Johnson Lane and across Fremont, going up to North Carson. On one of the trips, there were 2 doubles coming down from the Painted Rock Mine. Both of them made turns off of Johnson Lane immediately on to Fremont, going south. The first truck, I was at the stop sign there. The first truck made the corner. The second truck had to stop halfway through his turn because if he hadn't, he was going to run over the front end of my car. So I had to back up. We both stared at each other for a few minutes. I had to back up so he could finish making the turn. If the stop sign had been there that I have been requesting, he would have had to have stopped. I could have gone on through, and then he could have made the turn. So I don't know what you're planning on doing, but that stop sign is necessary. It should be there. Also, as I was going down Johnson Lane, there was quite a few trucks coming out of the mine on Tuesday. Your signs that say no trucks aren't working. They were driving down every lane, every road you could find there. I don't know where they were going, but they were going down. There was about 5 trucks that I counted in the 3 trips I made on Tuesday. 2 of them went down Fremont. The other ones didn't go all the way down Johnson Lane. They were going over towards Stephanie. And I don't remember which streets, but they were the streets that you had your nice signs on. Anyway, there was a quote that I want to read you from the Johnson Lane neighborhood. Not real complimentary, but this is not my quote, this is their quote. So the effects of the Painted Rock Mine have the wheels turning. 3 homes up for sale on Johnson Lane within the last month. I'm sure there will be more people that don't want to deal with the BS. Seems Douglas County commissioners are running people out of here. They should be ashamed of themselves. That was the first quote. It was the second quote that I found interesting. A person has to have a conscience to be ashamed. Hales and Gardner don't seem to have a conscience. That's what the people are thinking about you up there. They're not real happy with it, and they don't see you really doing anything about it. So we need to do something because it's getting worse, and as spring gets closer, there's going to be more and more trucks coming down Johnson Lane and going across Fremont. And I don't know if any of you have driven on Fremont lately, but Fremont and East Valley are falling apart. They were never built for that kind of traffic and stuff. So I think you would like to do something with that. And one of the other things that I was going to talk about is you seem to be really happy when you had your theater come up and there was 20 people had responded to you and they were all positive. And of course, then you voted for it. When 700 people or close to 1,000 said no on Johnson Lane, you ignored them.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Greg Rolson. I'm a Minden resident, and I'm here this morning to give you an update on where we stand with the cell tower decisions coming up. I know you guys are going to be faced with these decisions in the next 5 or 6 weeks. So I did want to give you a update on where we stand with alternative locations for these cell towers. We, of course, believe that there is a reasoned and rational decision to deny these towers based on county code developments. With that said, we also very much want to be a part of finding reasonable solutions to place these towers in safe locations for our community. That is why we incorporated the use of an independent RF engineer, Dr. Kent Chamberlain. Dr. Chamberlain has a PhD in electrical engineering. He specializes in navigational and communication modeling. Further, he has contributed significantly to the fields of computational electromagnetics and radio wave propagation. At this point in his preliminary analysis, he has determined thus far that Verizon's service gap and capacity issues could easily be solved by reconfiguring and updating current towers. In other words, addressing Verizon's biggest problem of service gap and capacity issues. Our alternative sites have been presented to Verizon, and currently negotiations are ongoing with Verizon and us. So we remain hopeful that that will be fruitful for us in the future. Please keep in mind that Verizon carries the burden of proof in determining the feasibility of alternative site location. In other words, we can provide them with a site, but it's up to them to determine whether or not that site fits within their service gap and capacity issues. However, with that said, again, since Verizon thus far has not produced independently verified cell coverage maps for this proposal, we remain hopeful that this changes in these negotiations. We do not want to impede progress related to communications for our community. and remain very open to alternative site locations that meet the needs of our community. We believe if Verizon would be flexible, a solution can easily be obtained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roldson. Ms. Roldson, welcome.
Hi, my name is Susan Rolson, and I live next to Station 14. I'm here to give you reasons to deny 14 and 6, the 2 cell towers going there. 1, aesthetics. They're ugly. On top of a daycare and dance studio at Station 14, it's horrifying when you pull into the driveway of the daycare and to think where that tower would be right there. It is right there. And it's prejudice to both the businesses of the daycare and the dance studio. It would add an additional fire danger in a vulnerable area. Lightning strikes could affect it. It could affect Maverick Gas nearby and Tractor Supply with wind if the tower were to topple over. And don't think that these towers don't burn or blow over from wind, because they do if you look at a national study about it. Station 6, I know everybody thinks it's okay to put it at Station 6, but the aesthetics still will be bad. Everybody will see it going up and down Stephanie Lane. There's an elementary school across the street, park where children play. New homes are going in, and even though people deny this, if you look it up, it does affect the property value. Many articles I've read, that if a person is looking at a home in an area where a cell tower is in view, it will drop the value of that home or discourage them from buying it. It does decrease the value. Fire, think about fire for a minute. If a cell tower is in the middle of one of our fields far from homes, daycares, and schools, it can be easily handled by the fire department. But could you imagine a fire at Station 6 that isn't a manned station, the chaos that would occur for the parents pulling up to the elementary school and people at the park if there were truly a fire caused by that cell tower? Lightning. I didn't know this. We've learned this recently, and I've said it before, can blow right through the grounding of a cell tower. They do ground them, but it can blow through, and it has before in the United States. And it will affect, for a 500-foot radius, it will affect other homes and buildings that share the same electrical source as that cell tower does. And now we have new homes coming in that area. I'm going to share something with you. My daughter was looking at a daycare in Reno, and she had 2 choices. She picked the one further from her home. I said, Lauren, why are you doing that? She said, well, Mom, it doesn't look like a daycare, and the outside play area is a brick wall. I go, so? She says, Mom, a shooter. If there was ever a shooter. These poor parents have enough to think about. Now they've got to worry about shootings, sex, drugs, alcohol, social media and stuff. Let's not give them something else to worry about. But the best reason to deny these towers, both of them, is the fact that our RF engineer says we do have alternative sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rhiannon, and I am a part of Minden for Safe Technology, and I live in Johnson Lane. As you know, we are appealing the decision to erect an 80-foot monopole with 3 arrays at Fire Station 6. The pole that is currently located at that property was previously owned by Clearwire, and I believe it is currently inactive and about 50 feet tall. Verizon has proposed to take down the existing pole and build a new 80-foot tower located further back on the property, and this pole will be able to house 3 arrays. Casey has photos here of the current pole that is just a pole at Fire Station 6, and then this is a tower that houses 3 arrays. An array is a circle that goes around that has rectangular panels all around it. As you can see from the picture, these are vastly different in appearance. The new location and height would put it in direct sight of hundreds of homes and in the backyard of homes soon to be built. As you can see from the photos, this big eyesore. This would be a big eyesore in the middle of our community. Our group has invested a lot of money to stop the towers from going up in the proposed locations. We have spent hundreds of hours doing research, talking to experts, reading studies, educating our community, finding alternative locations, coming up with ideas for Verizon to look into, like upgrading their existing towers. We have hired a lawyer. We have hired an RF electrical engineer. All of this and more, and all we are requesting is that Verizon chooses more feasible locations for our community, away from schools, daycares, and our homes, not in the middle of our neighborhood. The fact is, you can deny on aesthetics alone. We live in a beautiful valley with beautiful mountain views. Johnson Lane is out of town, and most of us who live out there own property. We choose this area so we can be surrounded by peacefulness and beauty. This tower does not belong in the middle of our neighborhood, obstructing our million-dollar views. Johnson Lane has an industrial park area that this tower would be better suited for. Legally, Verizon owns the burden of proof, not Minden for Safe Technology, not the Board of County Commissioners, Verizon. It is their responsibility to evaluate locations and find a more feasible solution. Commissioners, you can 100% vote no for both locations. Verizon doesn't tell you where they will be putting the towers. You tell them where these towers can and cannot go. Saying no to Station 6 and Station 14 is not saying no, Verizon can't have towers. It's saying no, you can't have towers in these specific locations. And then it's up to Verizon to find another spot. I'm confident that we can come up with an alternative solution that will satisfy both Verizon's needs and the concerns of our residents. So please vote no to uphold, or please vote to uphold the planning's decision to deny tower at Station 14 and vote to overturn the planning's decision to allow a tower at Station 6. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Ms. Waller, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Ellie Waller. I'll switch gears here on you with the upcoming budget meetings. The microtransit on the TRPA website parcel tracker states Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority supplied 720 million. I would ask you that someone at Douglas County contact TDVA, get them to contact TRPA to clarify the funds come from the 0.5% from the TOT, not TDVA as the contributor. Be reminded that there were 22 original contributors to get the event center open, down to 11, excuse me, in 2023, and expected 9 in 2024. TDVA should present who is actually contributing, and Douglas County should not commit funds until other sources are clarified and verified. An update of the South Shore Transportation Management Association, along with TDV, on their costs and profit and loss information would be really critical for you to know before making a recommendation. The SSTMA report reported data to the Legislative Oversight Committee for the TRPA on April 15, 2024, in response to Senator Daley's request. The letter is through March 2024. It was submitted by Steve Teixeira and Gavin Feiger of the League on behalf of SSTMA. Next, review of the contribution of $75,000 to the Chamber. Douglas County should get a list of what the Chamber does specifically for Douglas County before committing those funds. Furthermore, TDVA should be presenting an event center update to the Board of County Commissioners. It is going before the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, Regional Plan Governing Board, February 26 for non-compliance. There is a report out I will be providing a link to all of you. The legal committee heard this. The permit condition was the entire governing board was supposed to hear it. I'm looking forward to how this is going to play out. I'd like to acknowledge that Wendy Lang, our assistant county manager, was present at that legal committee. So was Commissioner Rice. Douglas County should be contacting Alexis Hill, Washoe County Commissioner. The Prosperity Center is broke. Isn't that interesting? Prosperity Center, no funds. They have an opening for their CEO. Please contact them. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask if any one of you went and visited the hospital site that's being proposed under cease and desist. I will finish up with, who should the residents' insurance companies call? Because the work isn't going as well as it should be, and I don't think it should come to Douglas County, but you should be aware there are issues in a complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Bill Cerrito. Love and respect all of you. Appreciate you letting me speak today. As my colleagues have mentioned, Minden for Safe Tech went out and hired the best people in the United States to represent us. In this case, Dr. Kent Chamberlain received his PhD at Ohio State University. He's currently the chair and professor of the Department of Electrical Computer Engineering. And in more than 35 years in academia, he's performed research on more than 20 sponsors, including the National Science Foundation. We can go on and on and on. We'll provide that for you in an email. Our lawyer, Scott McCullough, worked very closely with RFK Jr., but that's not important. But he has 20 years experience working for the FCC, and then the last 20 years fighting the FCC on inappropriateness and dangers to the public. We're very happy and honored to have these two people representing us and finding the best solutions to put these towers. Right here is a code of county violations here, 13. I have enough copies for everybody in the room. I don't have time to go through all of them. Some of these will be satisfied in the final plans that Verizon submits, and some of these won't be an issue, but some that they just can't suffice are, and I'll speak on those, are the towers are visually obtrusive and aesthetically displeasing. The towers will reduce property values of nearby homes. Both the towers are too close to residential homes and schools, on and on. But let's talk about the visually obtrusive and aesthetically displeasing. I personally walked down Fuller Avenue, and these are the streets that are right behind Station 6 on Stephanie. Fuller Avenue are 13 homes that will be looking at that tower before they can see the Hot Spring Mountains. And as you go further to the east down Fuller, those homes will be affected. Their view is Job's Peak and Job's Sister. There's 13 homes on Fuller. Wade Street, there are 26 homes will be affected. And again, farther east down the street, their views that will be impeded will be Job's Peak and Job's Sister. Squires, 24, Pamela, 10, and East Valley Road, 27. This is a total of 100 homes. And now this is just on the east side of Stephanie. We haven't counted the ones on the west side. 100 homes that will drop property value. Now, I've been buying real estate for the last 28 years. One of the selling points in real estate is the view. And if you talk to any real estate agent in this county, they sell the views. So if you take that away, what's that do to the property value? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cerrito.
Hi, my name is Patrina French, and you've all heard me speak before, so I'm not going to reiterate what everybody else here has said. We've sent you all kinds of information, factual documentation. Our notebook is about 4.5 inches thick. You know that I oppose Station 14 and 6 for many different reasons. And you've heard our Minden for Safe Technology speak many times. We have spent many hours, many sleepless nights, a lot of money not only to protect all of you, but this whole community. It is our God-given right to do what we do, and we pray that you all will make the wisest decision for the safety of our town and community. I'm taking care of my 95-year-old mom. Honestly, I don't have time for this, but we plan on living the rest of our life out in this community and not being pushed out. We do own 2 properties, one in Johnson Lane and one in Mackland, and we've worked really hard on a single income to have what we have, and we're not going to give it up. So we pray that you all will make a wise decision for all of us, because we're doing it for everybody, not just for ourselves, because we care. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French. Ms. Rogers.
Casey Rogers, Minden for Safe Tech. I would echo everything that everybody else in front of me has said. We have given you for over a year now several different reasons to deny these 2 towers at Station 14 and 6. There are economic impacts of the residents. Even if 20 out of 100 buyers are impacted or sellers, that should be an issue for you. We have given you reasons of fires. We have told you that they're aesthetically displeasing, which you can deny on a loan because it is in your ordinance. You only need one reason, and you have it lawfully to deny both towers. The real question would be, if you do not deny at this point the 2 towers and the locations, why? Why wouldn't you? You have now been provided with alternate locations, scientific evidence from our RF guy, and the proof that you need that they don't need to go in those 2 places. And the other question I have is, why does Verizon only seem to think that the only feasible places to place any of these towers are currently only at fire stations? And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, did you want to turn in those pictures that you held up, or no? It's for supplemental, just part of the record? Thank you, ma'am.
David Seat for the record. Trust. Verizon would have us trust that 5G is safe. The U.S. government told us that the COVID scandemic originated from a wet market in China. The truth is, the scandemic originated from a bioweapon lab in Wuhan, funded by the pardoned, murderous Anthony Fauci and his subversive gain of function funded by the U.S. government. Trust broken. We were told by the U.S. government and the pharmaceutical industry that the experimental emergency use authorization COVID-19 clot shot is safe and effective. This clot shot has been shown by countless independent studies and tens of thousands of courageous doctors,
Sir?
investigators, researchers, and
Sir?
analysts to be anything but safe and effective. This is my First Amendment right. I want to repeat my time. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is,
My point.
okay.
Let me continue. I'll get to my point.
All right, thank you.
I think that's all that Commissioner Hales was
Well,
asking.
yes,
I
exactly.
will get to it.
Thank you.
Give me time. I have 3 minutes. And I want to use it all. So whatever has been taken by this interchange, I want reclaimed. Thank you.
Just so you understand, I stopped the clock during this exchange, so.
Thank you.
The clock is accurate, okay?
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay.
This clot shot has been shown by countless independent studies and tens of thousands of courageous doctors, investigators, researchers, and analysts to be anything but safe and effective. Trust broken. We were told the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. Trust broken. We were told by the U.S. government officials that Joe bribed me is sharp as a tack.
Sir, I'm going to
Trust
ask you
broken.
again.
Quiet.
You don't get to talk to us for 3 minutes about things we can't control. So please jump to
Trust.
the part
Trust.
that's
This is the
within our
focus of
control.
my comment. The southern border was secure. Trust broken. The U.S. government has not conducted a single, meaningful, in-depth analysis of the harmful effects of 5G on living things. The telecom industry touts the meaningless, shallow analysis as the basis for claiming 5G is safe. There have been hundreds, if not thousands, of the independent analysis of 5G that shows it is anything but safe. Trust broken. The government has demonstrated time and again through their corporate alliances that they are not looking out for the people of our country. The residents of Douglas County are looking to this board for protection from the U.S. government and corporate collusion evil. Vote no on the current 5G cell towers construction proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Conway, welcome.
Morning, Ron Conway, Protect Johnson Lane, Inc. Wow, Johnson Lane is a hotbed right now, ain't it? Good Lord, trucks, cell towers. Sure hope you do better on the cell tower than you did on the trucks. I invite you all to go to YouTube to Protect Johnson Lane. Great videos up there. Just getting started. We'll get better. I want to talk a little bit about your ordinance for truck routes. 2-3 weeks ago, I had a couple of deputy sheriffs at my house talking about trucks. And in the discussion, I asked, we got to the question of what is local. One deputy said, the entire valley. Well, the other one went, no, that's an interpretation. Guess what your ordinance does not have in it? An interpretation of what's local. So next, I anticipate your folks out there at the Painted Rock will be turning left on Fremont and going all the way down to the end of Gardnerville because they don't care. And technically, it's a technicality that they jump through and the DA lets them and you guys let them and everybody lets them. What is local? It's not defined in your ordinance. Local delivery from Best Buy is the entire valley. Local delivery for that neighborhood should be half a mile off of Johnson Lane. And it's not determined. That's the next hoop they're going to jump through. Cell towers. I feel for those folks. I really, really do hope you guys at least work with them, because you ain't worked with us. Anyhow, thank you for listening. It's a nice day out. Hopefully one of these days we'll come to a resolution of all this kind of stuff, because we ain't getting nowhere right now.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Welcome, Ms. Duda.
Thank you. Good morning, Julie Duda. Regarding a process for using public funds, it's a question of fair and equal opportunity for all groups to propose qualifying projects. Worthy groups like CVTA, nonprofits, service groups, towns, and GIDs all potentially could propose appropriate projects for the restricted pot of $5.3 million. I think it's not only appropriate, but necessary to have several options to consider instead of one public bailout. It's been too rushed and clearly not a fair process. So my request is to have guardrails and a more professional and fair approach to the use of windfall funds. An observation about timely inclusion of the County Investment Fund report with the agenda. Last year, $29 million was withdrawn. That went publicly unnoticed for 4 months until members of the community asked for details. We still don't have all the details. Now, again, these reports haven't been included with the agenda. Looking at the run dates, these reports should be available by 3 weeks after the end of each month. Will you facilitate getting these reports available on a timely basis? And a transparency observation regarding the general ledger account summaries. These financial reports that previously had separate columns for debits and credits are now prepared with one net amount. For those of us who follow the county finance, this change provides less transparency. Hopefully, something that you commissioners will do is to request that the reporting be done with debits separate from credits, not with a single net amount. It will support transparency.
Thank you, Ms. Duda. Is there any other opening public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and move on to approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Rice that we approve the agenda. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Approval of previous minutes.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the previous minutes.
It's been moved by Commissioner Commissioner Tolbert that we approve the previous minutes and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Do we need to include, I just want to make sure it's clear, do we need to include those 2 dates for our recorder or our clerk?
Typically, that's read in, but
You got it? You good?
I will refer to DA here.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Because the agenda was read in, it's clear which 2 meetings are being considered. It's the draft minutes of the January 6th and January 16th meeting. A motion to approve the prior minutes based on the title is sufficient.
Just checking. Thank you.
Thank you. We will recess as Board of County Commissioners and convene as Douglas County Liquor Board. The only agenda item for possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Edward Timothy Walker, Shadar Tiaho Bill Edelman, and Jody Church to the existing on-site and unrestricted liquor license for VR Heavenly Concessions, Inc., DBA Heavenly Mountain Resorts. Edward Timothy Walker, Shadar Tiaho Bill Edelman, and Jody Church have signed their waiver of notice of hearing. VR Heavenly Concessions, Inc., DBA Heavenly Mountain Resort is located at 375 Quaking Aspen Lane, State Line, Nevada. Captain Stork.
Good morning, Captain John Stork with Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This applicant has completed the required paperwork and have passed their background checks, and the Sheriff's Office is not an objection to this application.
Thank you, sir. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I
Commissioner
move for the approval of the addition of Edward Timothy Walker, Shadar Tiaho Bill Edelman, and Jody Church to existing on-site unrestricted liquor license for VR Heavenly, get that confused, huh, Mr. Tarkanian? Yeah, VR Heavenly Concessions Incorporated DBA Heavenly Mountain Resorts as presented.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. 6-0. We will adjourn as Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. We will consider our consent agenda next. Commissioner
Madam
Rice.
Chair, I move that we approve the consent calendar items A through L.
It's been moved by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian, that we approve consent agenda items A through L. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. That brings us to our administrative agenda. The first item on this agenda is for possible action, discussion to abandon a portion of the public right-of-way and utilities easement for a proposed Mid-Valley Boulevard, approximately 2.7 acres in size, and the abandonment of an access easement that would have linked the Western Nevada College campus to Mid-Valley Boulevard, approximately 0.56 acres in size. The right-of-way and access easement are located south of Buckeye Road, west of the Bentley Parkway and Buckeye Road intersection. The application, DP 24-0147, is jointly made by both Buckeye Industrial Park, LLC, and Minden RV and Boat Storage, LLC. Assessor parcel numbers 1320-27-002-033 and 1320-28-000-007. Jeremy Hutchings.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Hales and the board. Jeremy Hutchings, for the record. Still your county engineer, believe it or not. Agenda item number 1, page 383 in your packet, DP 240147. Mid-Valley Boulevard Abandonment, another exciting project from the engineering department. We are not in Johnson Lane. We are over here just off of Buckeye, just for the record. Sorry, no more humor. This is Buckeye Road, and so Mid-Valley is just a right-of-way. It's about 2.7 acres that there's 2 applicants, we'll get to that in a minute, that they're asking to abandon. There's no road there today. There's an access easement also over to the college that we'll discuss in a little bit. So you just head out. Our Justice Center's going in just over here. So we're almost to this science park. So Park Ranch Holdings, I think I spotted Mr. Park in the audience. Minden RV Boat and Storage. So the boat and storage on this parcel here, Block G, Mr. Park, Block H. Here's Mid-Valley right away, kind of splits the two. And here's the easement. Again, about 2.7 acres on Mid-Valley and just about a half acre on that other access easement. And that's the request we're talking about. Here's a beautiful picture of their right-of-way. Not much going on there. Certainly no road. And I'm on Buckeye Road looking south. So let's see the impacts. It is a public right-of-way, and it was offered for dedication of the final map, so it doesn't appear that we paid for it originally, which matters if we abandon it. So that box has been checked. No negative impacts have been identified to the county. John Erb in Public Works is supportive, doesn't see a reason to oppose the abandonment. I have not received any public comment on the item to date. Here's the findings for the lawyers in the room. So if this is true, you can do it. I think it is. That's why I have a green check mark right here. So here's the recommended motion is staff is recommending to abandon it with a couple of conditions, some of which the applicant has already met. But basically, I'll flip back here real quick to talk about some of the concerns we had. One was the restriction to Buckeye Road. Oh, I'm sorry. technical, thank you. So the access for both parcels will be, if it goes to Buckeye, will come off a common access easement will be here. They're dedicating a temporary easement so they don't landlock this parcel down here. Those are kind of the main concerns. So I'll flip back to the recommended motion. But that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you have any questions of the applicant, I'm sure they'd be willing to come forward.
Any questions, board? Seeing no questions, I'll open this for public comment. Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson, I'll make it real short. Made comment that this is not Johnson Lane, and everybody laughed about it. Johnson Lane's not a laughing matter. It's very serious to all of us, and I hope you would take it so. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will note that there is a recommended motion on page 383 that's a lot shorter than the one I'm looking at. And I think would work is Commissioner Rice.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the abandonment of the Mid-Valley Boulevard right-of-way in the 60 feet access easement as proposed under DP 24-0147, subject to the conditions set forth in the staff report.
It's been moved by Commissioner Rice and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. Commissioner Tolbert, do you have a comment? No? Okay. Then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 2 for possible action, discussion to direct staff regarding the construction of Drayton Boulevard, including potential modifications to the 3 development agreements involving the construction of Drayton Boulevard. 1, a development agreement with Carson Valley Homesites, LLC, related to Pleasant View, recorded as document number 221106. 2, a development agreement with Carson Valley Homesites, LLC, related to Rain Shadow Ranch, Phase 1, document number 631475. And 3, a development agreement with Marianne Road, LLC, related to Rain Shadow Ranch, Phases 2 and 3, document number 884270. The portion of Drayton Boulevard to be discussed is the unbuilt section that would run south from Pleasant View Drive to Rubio Way. We have here with us Deputy Director of Community Development, Andrea Pauling, and County Engineer, Jeremy Hutchings. Thank you.
Yep. Jeremy Hutchings, County Engineer, just trying to find my laser pointer here. There she is. Okay. Shoot. I don't know why I can't see the top, but Drayton Boulevard item number 2 is right after the item number 1. So yeah, with me is Deputy Director Andrea Pauling. So this is Drayton Boulevard. There's a lot of moving parts. Got a great quote here from Bruce Springsteen, who's rose to some level of fame on the East Coast, at least, if you're from the Jersey area. And he says, remember, in the end, nobody wins unless everybody wins. I thought it was a pretty good quote for this project, because you notice he doesn't say you're not gonna make everybody happy, but I think we can make a lot of wins here. And yeah, I just like that quote, so I threw it in there. That's from his Born to Run album, for the record. So where are we? We're in the Gardenville Ranchos. Here's Pleasant View Drive and Drayton Boulevard as you head north. This is the 4-way stop that a lot of people are very familiar with if you live in the Ranchos. This portion that I'm dragging my pointer over is already constructed. This blue area, or cyan, I guess, is the unbuilt portion of the existing right-of-way of Drayton Boulevard. And a lot of the focus is going to be on the connection from Rain Shadow, which is over here that I'm kind of circling, to Pleasant View. There's no secondary or even emergency access out. And so one of the problems from an engineering point of view is we need at least 2 ways out for many code provisions. So the star is kind of the location of where that emergency access potentially could come. So what are we doing? It's a great question, actually, that I came up with myself. This one's complicated, so sometimes I think a lot of times Mr. Gardner would ask, hey, can we ask questions as we go? Yes, please. There's a lot of moving parts, this one, so just raise your hand if you got a question on something specific. But three main things. The first one is, I had the word retire. I think Andrea would say rescind development agreements. There's three of them. I'm going to turn over to her in just a second to explain more about the development agreements. But that's the main thing we're trying to do, is get rid of some of these development agreements that have been around for sometimes 20 years. Improve life safety, that's the secondary access out of Acorn to Sweetwater. Improve quality of life, I suppose, is debatable, but I had a great slogan here for maybe some of the public could adopt: trails, not traffic. It seemed like a lot of people didn't want local traffic driving through here, but trails seem pretty popular. I mean, just in general, I was involved just a little bit with Martin Slough Trail. I drive by it about 4 times a day. I always see people out on it. People seem to like them. And now I'm going to turn over to Andrea to talk a little bit more about the 3 development agreements and where we stand with those. Andrea.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Community Development. Wow, I feel really loud right now. Sorry about that. So as Jeremy mentioned, there are 3 development agreements that touch on Drayton Boulevard. I'll be very brief on these. If you guys recall, some of you last year, I did come in and did the 24-month review on these development agreements. The kind of the long and the short of it is, right now, Drayton Boulevard, built out with sound walls, is the kind of low-hanging fruit that are keeping these on the books. So I'm going to dive in just a little bit more. With Pleasant View, this has been around since 1990, this development agreement. Rain Shadow, Phase 1 has been around since 2004 with a couple of amendments ending at 2014. And then Rain Shadow Phases 2 and 3 only had 1 development agreement, no amendments, and that was of 2016. Since 2016, no other amendments have come up with these development agreements. We've routinely come in, done 24-month reviews of these development agreements. They have been in compliance. The one thing, and I know it's a little bit debatable, but for us, as we read the development agreements, Pleasant View actually, they finaled and recorded their final map of Phase 10 in 2019, which is June 21st of 2019. And that started a time clock of 10 years for us to build out Drayton Boulevard. And that's how it was written. So at this point, we do have a time clock because of Pleasant View. The other 2 do not have a time clock on it just yet. Final building permits for each of those phases have not been pulled yet. So at this point, I'm probably giving you more information than you need, and I usually do that because I know way too much about these now. But I just wanted to throw it out there that these 3 development agreements, our plan, Jeremy and I got together, started talking about this, and we thought we could kind of kill multiple birds with one stone by repealing, that's the word, repealing the development agreements, all 3 of them, and then building a trail, putting in that emergency access. I know that some are in agreement and some are not from the public. We've received a lot of public comment on this. Jeremy and I have been out to the residents. I went just once. He actually went twice, and we presented to them and answered questions, multiple emails late at night, responses, things like that. So we're hoping we can answer as many questions as we can today. And I will.
Can I just interject real quick?
Sure.
You have to put the emergency access roads in there, right? I mean, that's per our code. What's the alternative? I mean, you said some of the residents aren't happy with this. I've been on the communication, particularly, Jeremy, I want to thank you for going out there and spending the time that you did. And I thought it was wonderful. I just don't understand why people, I mean, you have to have the emergency access roads. You're only going to allow them during emergency time periods. Is there any other alternative that they can do that would appease these individuals?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Tarkanian. I think I can answer it. So there are some alternatives, and we can transfer to that right now, actually. But to answer your question specifically, one alternative is to build Drayton Boulevard. A second alternative
And there
is,
isn't anybody that I've seen that have contacted me that wants that.
I would concur, Commissioner Tarkanian, is that as long as I've been on this board, I have never had one individual in this community talk about the desirability to build that road. So,
ditto, but not that I've been on the board. A second alternative is to build a local road to a local road standard connecting Acorn to Sweetwater. A third alternative is to build an emergency access only, and then you could gate it to prevent people from coming. Local traffic wouldn't come through there normally. I think, can't remember Ally's last name, but it is an option, is to do nothing. The money would revert back to the developer or whoever had paid into the fees. So there are other alternatives, but for safety, I believe it's build the emergency access, but.
It's a code requirement that you have another access, so you really can't do nothing, or you violate the code, and we would have to agree to that as a board, I assume.
I agree.
And secondly, you said you could build the exit access as only being for emergencies, and they would only be open at that time. Isn't that what you're suggesting?
Yep, and we can get right into that and shorten this item right up. But before we jump into that plan, here's why I say it's complicated. So there's at least 9 different things that would happen. First one, and in no particular order, but I do have them, I guess, ordered 1 through 9. Revise the plan. So what do we want to do with Drayton? That would be the first thing. Confirm the funding. I'll get into a little bit more detail, but not a lot. I think we had about $460,000 earmarked for Drayton improvements. Amend the development agreements. There's 3 of them. Amend the entitlements. There's at least 1 PD or plan development out there that would have to potentially amend. If, depending on what alternative plan we select here or you direct us to proceed with, there could be a major variance to the improvement standards, which, Mr. Tarkanian, is my recommendation. Emergency access would require a major variance. 6, it's funny, so many. Amend the transportation plan. So Drayton is still classified as a major collector. So to be consistent throughout the code, we should amend it so it's no longer a major collector. 7, complete the design. For you, Mr. Tarkanian, we're doing this one in-house. We're trying to, so save a couple bucks there. 8, bid it out, construct it, and finally we could close out the development agreements. So when we're at our second meeting with the public, Andre and I are kind of counting them up. That's at least 10 public meetings that we're going to have to go through to just do this change. I'm going to flip to the next slide before there are any questions. So here's alternate 4. So here's the change. My staff report was it has certain timings. I have to get it submitted to be on this commission. At the time, I liked alternate 4. The main points of alternate 4 was emergency access, but then connecting to Rubio, and then a meandering trail with the extra funding as much as I could get done, which complies with our trails plan, as far north on Drayton as we could get to. That was at the time the staff report, and I'll tell you what the change is and why in just a second. So here's just a zoomed in of the area of Sweetwater, Acorn. So your perspective here is north is to the left, Rubio is here, so a 20-foot emergency access with gates on all entrances, and then the transition to the trail. So what's changed? So the public comments changed. When Andrea and I were out at the public meeting, Andrea kind of pulled me aside afterwards and said, "Hey, Hutchins, why do you need this connection to Rubio? No one really seems to like it." And I don't know why I was being so stubborn about it. I started thinking about it, and public comment, and also Mr. Lynn, Greg Lynn, I see him in the audience, a former commissioner and member of the one of the parties to the development agreement, said, why is he so hot on getting Rubio connected? It just made sense to me as an engineer, but it's not required. Rubio or the people in Chambers Field have their own access points. You don't need to make that connection. So we, since Wednesday of last week, we hammered out a version 6, which is currently my recommendation. The differences are there's no There's no driving or even pedestrian connection to Rubio. We hold the trail just shy or north of the existing irrigation ditch. There is the emergency access from Acorn to Sweetwater. It's gated. There is already a gate today at Acorn. And then the other changes to the trail, instead of the meandering trail, which no engineer in their right minds would ever like, the public had pointed out that, hey, when you meander the trail, I'm going to flip back to version 4, so stick with me, please. You can see how the meanders in some locations actually get kind of close to the neighbor's fencing. People like their privacy. Even an engineer can understand that. So we suggested straightening it out. So if we were to do the trail, which again is a question, it would be in the center of the right-of-way, as far away from the homes as possible. So that's why we're trying to take into account additional public comment. And as much as I hate to admit being wrong, as an engineer, you think you're always right. You're not always right. And I think this is a good solution too. And another advantage is cost. Version 6 would get us more trail as you head north for the trails plan. Unrelated, but again, I think it could be a win for multiple folks. Funding. So, funding's always a problem because there's not a lot of money around. Finance says there's about 460 grand available. So do we have the funding? So the answer is it depends. If we're going to do the sound wall and the major collector, the answer is no. The cost for that's about 5.6 million. We've got 460,000. If we want to do alternate 4, the answer is yes. But you're not going to get as much trail as alternate 6, which is why I've highlighted it in yellow, because that's my current recommendation is 6. It's if we so choose to allocate these funds to building more trail and the emergency access, we'll get more trail. Public comment, you betcha. Yeah. There's a lot of comment. I think there's going to be more people here making comment. Andrea's up till like 11 o'clock at night sending emails out to the public. And she's been out to public meetings. I've met with Greg Reed, who's a great guy, not just because he's from the state of Maine like me, but because he's also Gardner Rancho's GID's district manager. I'm sorry for Lossinger. I'm still fighting this cold. So we've been to neighborhood meetings. We've also met with Greg Lynn and Susan Taus. And Andrea was able to track down the third guy, Kevin Lane, who is a bit of a Sherlock Holmes case, but she found Mr. Lane, and they all seem agreeable to one of these options. We talked about public correspondence. I would say that sometimes the public comment, people get passionate. I think Mr. Tarkanian's used the word passionate. That's true. And in this case, it's been very passionate, but very civil. I see Julie Gillens out here, one of our local school teachers as well. She's volunteered and hosted 2 of the neighborhood meetings at her house and put out big spreads for everybody. She's been distributing plans and cost estimates as we've developed them, and it's been very civil. We don't always agree. Like you say, you can't make everybody happy on everything, but I think it's been a great dialogue. I hope she feels the same way. Public meetings, we talked about probably another 10 public meetings, some planning commission, mostly board. Some of them require 2 readings. So I think it's been a lot of public input, and we're going to hear some more in a minute. So talk about a complicated motion. Only an engineer could come up with this. Really, we're just looking for direction. We're hoping you give us some direction on, do we want to amend the development agreements, yes or no? If we do we want to alter the plan? Which version do you like? I like version 6. Do we want to keep the funds on Drayton and build what's needed for life safety plus life enhancement, which also includes reseeding the vacant right-of-way to keep the weeds down? What else? Do we want to amend the master transportation plan? We're recommending we do. Obviously, if we go to the emergency access, we'll need the variance, and so on and so on. I wish I had a more simple one. I see you looking at me, Mr. Rice. I wish it was more simple. I really do. But I'm happy to take any questions.
I have a question.
All right, there we go.
If on version 6, there would be no emergency access connecting to Rubio Way.
Correct.
So no gate on Rubio Way,
Correct.
but there's really nothing there now,
It's fenced, but correct.
a fence. Okay. Okay.
Some bollards, like pipe bollards that
Perfect.
keep cars out.
Thank you. And the difference between version 6 and 4, the only other difference is the meandering trail would be a straight trail. Well, curve along with the curve of the
Right.
area.
Correct.
Okay. Good. Any other questions? Commissioner Tolbert.
Can you talk to me about the gates themselves? Should there be an emergency? I know these are going to come up in other areas too. What is the protocols on these gates? So we have a fire coming through like they have down in LA. Are we waiting for the fire department to come unlock these gates? Who unlocks them? Do you run them down? What's the protocol for these emergency access in the event?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tolbert. That's a good question. That has come up as well. So this gate right here isn't locked. Typically, the gates, when you do emergency access, are locked. It's some sort of Knox box so the fire department or emergency services have access to it. That's just the way to keep people from using it as a local street, which is the main concern. So just in preparation of that question, I did go out and make visits to Long Drive, which is in North Valley. It has several hundred houses on it with emergency access out the back, gated and locked. Valley Knolls, just north of that, has several hundred houses also. The south end of the project has emergency access, gated and locked. And the third one that I actually checked, it's actually fairly, I'd say critical because of its location, is Clear Creek, Tahoe. One way in and out for local streets, emergency access out the back to Snyder Ranch, gated and locked. So the standard is it's gated and locked. There are a lot of questions that came up about emergency services that I cannot answer as an engineer as far as response times. But typically, these are gated and they have the Knox box. They're locked. Now, it's obviously, we're here to listen to your direction.
So what is the protocol in the emergency? We don't know. I mean, because
emergency
it doesn't help to have an
services-
access if it's blocked in the instance of an emergency.
Emergency services would unlock it.
So they're waiting on a response to that location to unlock it.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
County manager would like to weigh in here.
Commissioner Tolbert, staff are very careful with their answer here. If public health and safety is in danger, we are expecting people will get out. If that requires bolt cutters or driving through a gate, we expect people to get out. We do not expect them to necessarily wait around. It's not county habit to answer a question on the record about, we want you to break down the fence. But I think the implication is, please look out for your individual health and safety. And the fire department would appreciate you evacuating in a safe manner. And if that means you need to get a bolt cutter and cut a gate, you need to get a bolt cutter and cut a gate.
Commissioner Gardner.
Yes, I was going to say, I did, at one point in time in my life, live in Waikoloa Village on the Big Island of Hawaii. And Waikoloa Village has 1,000 homes in there, and one way in and one way out. We call it the largest cul-de-sac in the world. But there is a golf course there, and it had an emergency access route also, and it was locked. And I guarantee you, when we had a fire there, people in that community went out and took bolt cutters and cut it out, okay? And I would defend any resident that needed to get out of this community to do the same here, okay? We kind of expect our residents, I think, to do that, not to wait around, get the heck out. And so I think this is an appropriate method of doing this. We've had this on our books for over 20 years now, the development agreements, and I think it's time for us to finally take action on this. I think we did indicate in a previous meeting that we didn't feasibly see the desire. Not only were we hearing from the residents, the non-desired aspects of building out Drayton, and nor did we have the finances to do that. So I think we've abandoned that previously, that desire, and I think it's time for us to move with this. So anyways, and you know, that's kind of where I'm leaning, unless I have a multitude of residents come forward today and say, no, we need to build out Drayton. I don't sense that, but maybe it'll happen.
I would follow up by saying the alternative to locking it is leaving it unlocked and risking that those gates are left open and then we have traffic there, which we don't want. Commissioner Rice.
I've been off the department for a little while now, but it seems to me if I opened most trunks of most of our sheriff's units, you would find a pair of bolt cutters. So I don't see that as a major problem if we have locks at both ends.
Are there other questions for, Deputy District Attorney A.J. Hames? Welcome to the conversation.
Sorry. I did want to just clarify that at least since 2001, we have required secondary access for these types of developments. So I wanted to preempt, I know there was some question from certain members of the public about, well, this is an old development agreement. This is a 20-year-old development agreement. Aren't we beholden to the standards of 20 years ago? The answer to that is yes. But 20 years ago, we did require secondary access. So when this Rain Shadow project was approved, it was actually also included as a condition of approval that there be secondary access. So I just wanted to clarify, this isn't a new requirement. It has been modified and changed. It's been incorporated into the fire code. The state fire marshal adopted additional regulations that bolstered this requirement. But the secondary access requirement has been on the books since at least 2001.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there other questions for our presenters? With that, we will go to public.
I did have, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I meant
Commissioner Gardner.
On one of the slides, you said that anything we do would require further Board of Commissioners action. Is that, did I see that right? Yeah, finally, no, on the next one down?
The recommended motion, perhaps?
No? Where is it? No, go back one slide. Future public meetings, future Board of Commissioner action required. Can you address that question?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Future board action, you would need, if you decided to go with version 6, let's use that as an example, we would need to amend the transportation plan. That takes board action. You would need to have a major variance to emergency access, that to the improvement standards. That takes board action. You would need to review and approve a contract for construction, board action, and you'd need to repeal the 3 development agreements, also takes board action.
Okay, thank you. You know, in regards to what Mr. Hames indicated, I'm very concerned and very cognizant of our board last year indicating that we didn't want to reduce our design standards, that we needed to see secondary access to communities or developments that are above 20 homes. You know, so I don't want the public to think that I'm violating that. However, I see this aspect, even though it's not a road built to county standards, Mr. Hames, I still see this as an adequate method of providing access in an emergency for our residents in that area. And I think that our residents, if I'm not reading them wrong, feel like that's also adequate. But yes, we'll listen to that. Yeah, thank you.
So I would like to just give context that what we're doing because it's going to come back to us a number of times for more detailed action, what we're looking at today is giving you a general direction, a big picture look at where we want you to go with this. And we're not getting into the details of how the trail's going to be designed or other matters that will be potentially, as long as we give you the direction on a high level, that's what you're looking for today.
Correct.
Thank you. With that, we will, a little bit more context, and that is if members of the public want to emphasize their support for this, it's perfectly acceptable to get up and make a very short public comment. And but tell us everything you need to tell us, up to 3 minutes each. And so we will open to public comment. We are going to take a 3-minute break right now, and we'll reconvene at 11:18. Want to make sure we don't have any commissioners miss public comment. So we'll start in 3 minutes. we'd like to reconvene. If you could make your way back to your seats.
Calories, look at that, 100 in that one package. Holy cow,
That's pretty good.
that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, compared to everything else in there, it's good.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Cows.
All right, we're ready. We appreciate you involved citizens coming to share your thoughts.
As the chairman indicated, before you get started, Mr. Russo, is
I'll
that
just
it's
say-
perfectly okay
you
to
can
say
say ditto.
Yeah.
All set, ready to go? Okay.
Well,
Bob
you
Russo-
can't say ditto. You have to say, being the first one, you're going to have to say a little more than ditto, but yes.
I just want to say thank you for this option. I live over on Sierra Vista Court, and I think it's going to enhance the neighborhood. There's a lot of people that walk together, and I just think I'm just happy about it. What can I say? Thank you very much.
Mr. Russo, can you state your name for the
Thank
record?
you.
Mr. Russo, can you state your name for the record? I know they know you. Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, okay. My name is Bob Russo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, I'm Richard Furco. I live 2 houses in from Rubio where this is, from Acorn on Kingston Lane. And my comments are this. I was here, different commissioners, when the proposal to build out the remainder of Rain Shadow, which was phases 2 and 3. And at that time, I argued, your code requires there has to be an ingress and egress 2 places. They approved it, ignored it, didn't bother to worry about complying with the law or with your code. Now I'm here, frankly, in ignorance of what's going on because I received no notice of any of this. I didn't get anything in the mail. The only reason I'm here today is some kind person stuck in my door a note that this was going on. I had found out back in earlier January that there was supposed to be a hearing. I went to it, but it got canceled. I spoke with Thomas Dallaire, who says, oh, we'll let you know when there's going to be a hearing, what's going to go on. I'm not necessarily opposed to what's being proposed, but it'd be nice. I heard there was neighborhood meetings. We've had 10 meetings. I don't know who you met with, but certainly the people who are impacted, some of them were given notice and some of them weren't. It doesn't cost too much to drop a note in a mailbox. The first meeting I found out was a neighbor was walking a dog, said, hey, over where Rubio stops and there's the gate or stop signs there, someone had posted a notice on it. And the person, my neighbor walking the dog, had seen it and said, hey, do you know they're proposing at that time to connect onto Acorn from Rubio and come right by our house with vehicles? And that's why I piqued my interest. But again, given no specific notice to me as a person in the residence that's going to be impacted by this. So I think that people should be given notice of what's going to happen in their neighborhood, not just someone sitting here saying, well, we've had neighborhood meetings, 10 of them or 8 or 4 or 2, whatever, without being able to verify what notice did you give to the people? Because they didn't give me any. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mary Wickham. We voted in a high majority, no trail, no road, from Pleasant View to Rubio. Then we were told the development is a done deal. So is the Drayton project a master plan amendment or an agreement contract amendment? or satisfying an expiration date, or according to NRS 277.00, is the procedure overreaching? It appears to be, after looking at the Nevada revised statutes and how meetings and contracts have gone. It reads, no member or employee of the agency shall make an attempt to influence an interest. Members and employees of an agency must disqualify themselves from making or participating in the making of any decision or of the agency. When it is reasonably foreseeable that the decision will have a material financial effect distinguishable from its effect on the public generally and on the economic interests of the member or employee. We have lists of contradictions in the procedure that mislead and overreach. Also, we've talked about the contract modifications earlier. So it seems like as far as the expiration time, we're under a clock. Is that what's determining all of this? And we would like to know too what the Water Conveyance Council knows about the Drayton Water Table and this summer's big electrical project on Springfield with the tube that was pumped in the ground out the back of the houses. The engineer didn't know. NRS 277.200, until the regional plan is revised or a new transportation plan is adopted, the agency has no effective transportation plan. The engineer told us that there was $450,000 approximately to fund and money from contractors. Is that for the trail and the road connectives? We were told taxpayers wouldn't have to pay it. Then we were told we had to pay it. There is no outline of full cost and payment for one or both. So given the high local debt, is the trail necessary? Stick with connecting Sweetwater and Rubio to Acorn for safety codes, or leave it alone. We can get in and out. And if gates are locked, how do residents get out in an emergency? Now, we talked about this already. What do we do about big rocks that are like this big? So, so then also consider the Douglas Code 12.04 excavations or permits and all requirements for utility installations and variances. The public is informed of any permits that affect their property values and prior to any excavation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wickham.
Good morning. My name is Paul Sargis. I am a resident of Pleasant View. My property backs up to the northern portion of the Drayton easement with a 230-foot ranch-style vinyl rail fence. I enjoy visiting with my neighbors who walk by when I am working in the yard. After reviewing all 6 of the design proposals and discussing with my neighbors, honestly, my preference is no development. But there are a few improvements that I'm in favor of. Number 1 is weed control. The whole Drayton easement should be seeded to grow native vegetation to block the germination of weed seeds. Every summer, the dry weeds are a dangerous fire hazard to our neighborhood, and I have had to call the county and beg them to come out and mow the weeds every year. Number 2 is a 5-foot wide decomposed granite or DG walking path down the middle so that I and my neighbors can walk through the area when it is muddy. A wide asphalt path would invite use by noisy motorcycles. Number 3 is drainage improvements. Wherever you see sandbags behind a resident's fence, you know there is flooding when it rains. Number 4 is signage to remind dog owners that they are responsible for picking up after their dogs. Parenthetically, this should be a county ordinance instead of a gentle reminder, but that's a topic for another meeting. Project funding is another topic that needs to be researched further. According to page 504 of the agenda packet, there is $194,000 allocated for Drayton Boulevard and $266,000 allocated for Silver Ranch. It appears that there are plans to combine these 2 pots of money to develop the Drayton easement. I would argue that the Silver Ranch community should be consulted about how to spend the money with their name attached to it. Perhaps the $266,000 could be used to build the proposed multi-use trail along Drayton Boulevard on the western border of Silver Ranch, and the $194,000 for the Drayton easement improvements that I mentioned a few moments ago. I am requesting the commissioners carry this agenda item forward to a future meeting to allow the community group additional time to work with county staff on a design that the Pleasant View and Rain Shadow communities can support. However, if you choose to make a decision today, then option 6 is the best compromise. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Henry Martinez, and Drayton has been an ongoing issue off and on for the last 30 years. My wife and I have been living in Pleasant View. Our backyard backs to Drayton, so this has been an ongoing battle for that long. We have been fighting against development in our backyards from the very beginning. The first meeting we attended was 4 weeks ago that we found out that everything was going on here again. The community came together and we all voted for no development at all. And that was everyone in that room that evening. And so we are in favor of just leaving the strip as it is because it's been a walking trail for the last 30 years without any problems. Our main concern is the traffic that it's going to cause with increased foot traffic, the parking issues, the drainage issues, and our safety concerns with that amount of foot traffic. And what we're asking the board is to let's slow down a little bit and give us some time to digest all these issues. They've given us a lot of issues to deal with in a very short period of time. And we would really appreciate it if you would give us some time to work out some of these issues with our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gary Thompson. My wife and I have resided at 960 Springfield Drive for 30 years. I'm also the chairman of the former Pleasant View Steering Committee that developed the conditions for the Drayton Sound Walls. That occurred in 2000 to 2004, a 4-year process. Now, I have attended 2 community meetings, and to boil it down, my impression is, almost verbally, that it's going to be Jeremy's proposal or the highway. And if that becomes reality, you're going to have hundreds of residents in the 3 communities. And I don't believe you want that. I believe that you want happy communities. So I have a proposal. And the proposal is, and I know this is difficult, but I think that Andrea Pauling should be assigned to work with a committee of representatives from the 3 communities to develop mutually agreed upon proposals. In other words, something that you can vote, you will adopt knowing that the communities recommended it and the county recommended it. If that's not acceptable to you, then I have 2 conditions. Condition number 1, do nothing. For 20 years, what we have in place now has worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Number 2, that the requirement for Drayton Sound Walls remains in place no matter what. This is a die on the hill issue with me and many of my neighbors. If Drayton Boulevard is to be developed at any time, we get the sound walls. I mean, that's been the law since 2004. Thank you, folks, for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Allie Ramsey. Most of you don't really know me, so I'll just give you a brief introduction. I've lived in Douglas County for 52 years. I've paid taxes for 36 years, and I've lived on Springfield for 20 years. I've walked every square inch, asked my neighbors for the last 16 years of all of Pleasant View and all the neighboring communities. I've seen the growth. I've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and the consequences to some of those that were not considered with that growth. I had this, I'm not even gonna read it. Just based on what I saw earlier today, I hope to God we're not here in a year like Johnson Lane is. Please, 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 do not take this issue to that level, okay? I know we are prepared to go there, but we don't want to. Sorry, I'm nervous. Majority of us want nothing done. The 9 points that are gonna have to happen that include further board action, this is why this has been brushed under the table. It's complicated. There's a lot of emotion involved. There's contracts involved. There's legal involved. What I propose, similar to the people that spoke before me, Paul, is that we use the 200,000, because I'm not even sure you have 460,000. I've asked 3 people, I get 3 different answers. We need more time to find what funding we have, okay? We need more time to collaborate as a community with the county to put a proposal in front of you that we agree on. It's gonna be a win-win. We're all gonna have to sacrifice something, okay? But it's not any of the 1 through 6 proposals, okay, as it stands. Drainage is a huge issue. You take that 200,000 and you fix the drainage. There's personal property damage going on, number 1. Number 2, weeds are an issue. Somebody made the bad decision to scrape all the natural vegetation away years ago. We have erosion, we have flooding, we have dust, we have weeds, we have toxic chemicals. It is not managed properly. That needs to be fixed, okay? If you have money left, then put a gate at at Sweetwater. There is already an unlocked gate at Acorn. There's already a gate at the end of Drayton, at Pleasant View. That, surprisingly, was left out of the pictures that was presented to you. So there is a second access already there. That one is locked, okay? If you'd like, put another gate at Sweetwater and lock it. We are not gonna let our fellow residents burn up in a fire. That's not gonna happen, okay? We care about their safety and we care about the quality of life for all the surrounding communities. And as far as a trail goes, those of us that back that area, we do have concerns, but that's a secondary concern to the drainage, to the weeds, and to the safety of Range Shadow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Simmons.
Hi, my name is Kat Simmons, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for hearing us. I've been a resident of Douglas County for 43 years, and I've lived in Pleasant View for 26. I also back up to Springfield. I'm right there on the corner. There's my house. I planted all those trees for privacy, thank God. I am the second from the end on Sweetwater. I also had I hear about the trail and the vision, and I am all about vision. I had a vision when I moved there, and the vision was of peace and serenity and country living. Well, it all changed, I knew when you buy a house that says backs up to ranch land, that's gonna mean subdivision, and that's what happened. So, I've survived that. The Bing pit closed, that's fine. Still surviving. The Drayton thing is ongoing, and now this. My concern is that I already have people walking behind my house all day, every day. I know a lot of them, friendly, hi, that's great. But if a trail goes in, there's going to be so much more traffic, so much more foot traffic. With all these houses that came behind me, there's a lot of dogs. There's a lot of dogs, and every time a dog walks by any of these houses on the backside of me, there's barking all day, every day, all day, every day. So I think people that are in favor of the trail maybe don't live backed right up to it. Similar to Allie, I'm thinking we already have a way out on Acorn. We have a way out on Springfield. Put another gate with a lock at Springfield. You have a way for these people to get out. The drainage is horrible. Thank you for the pond. I get a pond in my backyard, every couple of years. That drainage situation needs to be fixed, regardless of whatever else goes in there. There's a grading problem, and there has been for years. So use some of that money. I read the paper. I know that this county needs a lot of money spent in a lot of other areas. To put a road, if you put a road in that little strip there, would you not then have to put a sound wall for those 5 houses? That's going to look great. It's going to look like a little chute, So I think there's a solution here. I think there's more questions that need to be asked. I'm all about the vision and the good of the community. I love the Martin Slough Trail so much, I can drive 5 minutes and be on it. I really don't want another one behind my house. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jan Bergman. I live at 964 Springfield. My husband and I purchased the property in 1996. At that time, there was a development agreement that we read and purchased the property depending upon the development agreement protections. So my concern is about the way this development agreements are going to be either retired, closed out, or amended. So if something is closed out, I don't know how you can amend it. I want something that is in writing, that can be recorded against my property, that gives me the rights and responsibilities of the original Pleasant View agreement. And I don't know that we are actually getting there unless we get some kind of written agreement from the county that will happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Carl Meyer. I've lived on Old Nevada since about 2004, and my house backs up onto the Drayton Boulevard Annex. I wanted to, first of all, compliment Jeremy and Andrea. They did a task that is not easy, to come out and try to corral all these divergent opinions. I respect that. I feel that the trail is probably the price I'm just going to have to pay at some point for not getting Drayton. But not getting Drayton is a hill to die on. I'd love to see that removed, as Jeremy's item 5 suggests, earlier in the process from the county transportation plan, so it's no longer hanging over our head like a sword of Damocles. That's important to me. Secondly is weed control. I've been in correspondence with Commissioner Tarkanian about that in the past, specifically because it is a problem. Every year, probably illegally, I go out and collect the weeds from that fence and burn them, because the alternative is to let them become a tumbleweed gun for everyone else down in Drayton, pointed at them and building up in front of their yards. This is a big deal. I also suffered from that drainage problem. Greg did what he could to fix it, and he's done a great job of it, but it's just a matter of time before another stream opens up into my backyard and develops a sandbar all the way to the front one. These are real issues that I'd like to see solved as part of this process, and I don't see it yet. So I understand that from Jeremy's perspective, these are details. They're not big engineering problems, and we certainly won't offend his engineering soul like not connecting Rubio. But for me, this is a real life thing. It affects how I, as an aging man, have to take care of my yard. I'd like to see that dealt with before we get too much further down this path, so it doesn't become an even larger problem when I try to eventually sell. That's all I've got. Thank you so much. Oh, and
Thank
one
you.
last thing. I do actually like version 6 of all the plans. I appreciate that they listened to everything and modified the plan to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Gillen, for the record. I live right on the corner of right there. That's my house right there. Good morning, members of the board. I'd like to personally thank Jeremy Hutchins for his respectful and prompt communication from the very beginning of this very long process. I met Jeremy on a sunny weekend morning when he was posting a public notice sign on Drayton Boulevard. We spoke at length about the possibilities for both the county and our neighborhood, and our concerns. Since that day, Jeremy and his staff, including Andrea, have been extremely helpful navigating all of the questions and concerns of our neighborhood, countless hours, countless emails. Collaboration and community are the reasons my husband and I moved to Douglas County 3 years ago. And we're seeing it every day. We're so happy to be here. I'm here today to express my concerns in the proposed development agreements on Drayton Boulevard and to offer some important suggestions for moving forward for the board. First and foremost, our community's preference is to have no development. You've heard that. But as we know, that's not a thing that we can have forever. But it is definitely our preference as a community. I'd like to encourage the commissioners to pass a continuance today, as there are still too many significant details that have not been thoroughly thought through, and we do feel like this is moving forward very, very quickly since December when the public notice was put out. We believe that rushing into a decision could have unintended consequences, and we want to ensure that all aspects are carefully considered. Our community group would like the opportunity to continue working with the county staff, who's been amazing, and the board on these major issues that we'd like to bring forward and give possible alternatives to the board. These key issues that need more time for research and discussion, many you've heard so far. The first one is drainage. We understand that there is money to spend. We fully support our neighbors that they need to have a second access. Just like Ali had said, we're here, we'll help you in anything that you need. We understand that they need a second exit. However, with that additional money, we as a community are really concerned about drainage. Personally, myself as well, as Kat had mentioned, 2 years ago when I had moved here, when the big storm came, I had a lake behind my house. I had to replace some footings in there. And we're concerned about drainage, weed control. Funding as well is also a concern, and the development agreements with adding the verbiage about should Drayton in 30, 40 years from now, our town is gonna get bigger. Will you ever need Drayton ever again? If you ever need Drayton again, there's documentation about the need of a sound wall. How is that gonna be addressed in documentation moving forward, past all of our time? And then we just like to consider future impact. And I really appreciate your time and attention to these concerns. And I'm proud to be a resident, and I'm proud of all my neighbors. And thank you for your time for today.
Thank you, and thank you for facilitating meetings to bring things together.
I'm so proud of our community.
For the record, Alan Ward. I'm the homeowner at 916 Springfield Drive. My backyard is contiguous to the Drayton area there. And I just want to say, sometimes the best action is non-action. And there are some things with these monies that can be addressed, that need to be addressed regarding the drainage, for protecting personal property and maintaining that area for long periods of time. But I appreciate the efforts and the ideas of how to manage that ingress, egress, the emergency access, that sort of thing. However, I'm strongly against building and drawing more people, parkway through there, concrete poured back there. I don't know if any of you been back there. Anyone? Okay. That's very, very hard packed. You could drive 2 fire trucks past each other during a rainstorm and it would be no problem. That's better than any fire road I see when I'm hiking in any of these hills. So I don't think there's and if people want to bike or walk back there, they don't think it's good footing for them, we have sidewalks, we have streets, we have great neighborhoods to ride your bike. The bike paths we need are the bike paths going down Centerville to get into town, or a bike path down Dresslerville. We don't need them in our behind our houses. I guess just in closing, let's learn from our national stage. Your community really just wants their representatives to hear them. They want fiscal responsibility. They want safety and security. So please take that into consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. I don't live in the area, but there was 2 phrases that came up that I thought were pretty appropriate: life safety and life quality. Both of those are very important to all of us that live in the county. The other thing is that most of the people here have offered their opinion. I hope you listen to them. Their opinions are very important. They live there. They have to put up with everything that goes on there every single day. One person mentioned Johnson Lane and what happened up there, and we've been fighting it for a year. We've been fighting it for 4 years, and we've gotten nowhere. There's another group of people up there fighting for the towers. We wish them luck. I wish you all luck too. But make sure that they listen to you. Don't give up on them. I think they're pretty decent people if they have the right motivation and everything. But I think those two phrases, quality of life and life safety, are very important. And one time I mentioned in one of the meetings, what you do in one area of the county, you're apt to do in another area of the county. Therefore, we all have skin in the game. So take that into consideration. What you do in one area, you will do in another area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lynn, welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Greg Lynn. I might say that being back in here under these circumstances, there's this cool wind on the back of my neck, this very creepy feeling. I think that what we want is being one of the parties to the development agreements that we're talking about, what we need to see is we need to see Drayton Boulevard die. If not, we need the sound walls written in blood so that some future commission, given the path of development going someplace that we didn't expect, decides to get up to some mischief and say, you know something, let's rip out that dumb walking path and put a nice 4-lane road down there to connect back to. I've seen weirder things happen, okay? Now, meanwhile, Jeremy, good point. The way we get a win-win here, I think that the consensus in the neighborhood is that the most preferable alternative is to do nothing. However, if we're going to do something, the win-win we get is, number one, address the drainage and address the weeds. I don't particularly want to go into the history of how it got in the situation it's in. I was conditioned 20 years ago with building that right-of-way to grade. And subsequent development around it is how we ended up with the drainage issue. However, it's something that can be addressed economically and easily. So it's not as though the drainage is like the giant storm drain plan that you folks wrestle with and we wrestled with and we don't seem to be able to get a grip on. But so if we can get those, get to that point, and Jeremy, I think you and I could sit down. This is probably, version 6 is the least objectionable alternative. I will say that. So if that's where we're going to go, and we get our assurances we need on the right-of-way issue, I'm going to be good to go, because we got a sign on it eventually. So the list of things we have to do. Do you have any idea how much I'd like this off my plate? 30 years I've been watching this. The last thing I'd like to mention, I went up completely off the issue. I went up to the shooting range about a couple of months ago, and lo and behold, there was this boulder with this brass plaque on it. And on this brass plaque was a description of the efforts that I put in over the last 27 years to design, build, and maintain that place. And you know, you guys, I thought you had to die to get a brass plaque. And I ain't even dead yet. But I would like to express my gratitude for that recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. And like the former commissioner you are, you know when to end because the buzzer's going up. Ms. Taus, welcome.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Taus. I'm the other developer of Pleasant View and Rainshadow Ranch. 35 years ago, when John Drayton signed the development agreement for Pleasant View, it was thought that we would need this big collector road running down where Drayton is now. It was agreed that those sound walls would be put up if that road was ever built. And I am in agreement with the people who have come up here and told you that that needs to stay in place. As the developer, that I'm going to have to sign an amendment to that agreement, and it's my primary objection is to know that we have something secure that gives us those sound walls if that road ever comes back. I don't have a crystal ball for 35 years from now, and I don't think anybody in the room does. So I don't know how this gets achieved. It makes me really uneasy thinking about it, but I know Mr. Hames is working on it. So we'll see what he comes up with, and we'll be back then. As for the alternatives, I think version 6 is the best one. Nobody's mentioned version 5, so I don't have to talk you out of it. That's absolutely a no-go in my mind. If you want to know why, I'll come back and tell you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it actually, it's breaking rules. Oh, okay. Got it. I think what you mean is if we move forward with something, you want it to be version 6.
But version 6 also accomplishes on the neighborhood side, should there be any action.
Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing no other public comment, we will bring it back to the board. Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay, so this is in my district, and I think from the time I was, maybe before I was elected, even when I was first campaigning, this was an issue that was brought to my attention. And as we mentioned earlier, nobody wanted a road there. In fact, from that time, almost unanimously, people have said they would like to see a walking path through there. This is the first time I've heard that some individuals don't. So that's new to me. I'd like to get a better understanding from you on some of the things you propose, and Jeremy, if you don't mind. What your number 6 is going to build a road from where to where?
Yeah. So here's the overview of version 6, Commissioner Tarkanian. This is
Okay. Let me
Right
just
here.
make sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to be. You guys are saying pathway. I thought it was a pathway, but the residents told me no. There's going to be a road that's going to be built a little bit north of Acorn.
So just to be clear, are you asking what road would be required under the development agreements as they currently stand? Okay, what are you asking?
Under number 6, is number 6 include any building of any road on Drayton, and if so, where from where?
Version 6 proposes emergency access, which isn't a road standard, but it's as narrow as you can get for fire. And it's proposed to connect Acorn to Sweetwater as I'm drawing my laser pointer over this exhibit here. Here's Acorn, you turn here, you come down to Sweetwater, it'd be gated and emergency access.
Okay, so that's one of the concerns some of them had, and the one gentleman had mentioned that the road is very hard already out there. You can get in and out of there. Is there a need to build anything, or additional improvements for that road?
By state law, the fire access needs to be paved, not just hard packed. That's, I would say, relatively new, but that is the law.
Okay, so when Rain Shadow has an exit too, right? That's the Rain Shadow, okay.
Yeah, it comes out further.
Okay, all right, so then the next question is, a concern that was raised to me by, first of all, I want to apologize to Allison. She invited me to several meetings and I didn't make any of them, and I would have a better understanding if I was there, so that's my mistake, my fault. But I thought I had a pretty good understanding of all this. I have a few other questions. If you build this emergency access road, do you have to have a sound wall?
Sound wall would go in if Drayton Boulevard was built as a major collector.
No,
from
that's not
here.
that's not what I'm asking. It just,
So the answer is no.
okay, because that's
Not according to the current development agreement.
Yeah, so some of the questions by the residents were that you'd have to build this sound wall if you had that road being built, and that would look really funny, and it would, there's additional cost to it and all this stuff. That's not the case.
So we're not, right, that's not the case. We would propose to amend the development agreement, and there has been almost every person that spoke that says they want something in writing to assure that if Drayton were to come back in the future, that the sound wall would go in. There's 2 ways you could do that.
Commissioner
go
Tarkanian,
ahead.
I had a
Sorry.
question about the sound walls also, so if you don't, I'd like to jump in here while you're there, okay? Because I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just, so what you're looking for, if I'm not mistaken, is if we close out these development agreements, in the development agreements, it does call for a sound wall. However, if we close these out, then that condition goes away. And if this board says we're not going to build this as a major collector road, then there's no need for that condition. Is that? I just want to make sure I understand the sound walls issue as well.
Yeah, let's talk about the sound walls. So the current development agreement requires sound walls if Drayton Boulevard gets built out as a major collector. What we're seeking direction from the board is, let's not do a major collector. Let's eliminate that, eliminate the sound walls, do the bare minimum for life safety, which would be just the emergency access, no sound walls. And there's two ways you can memorialize that. And AJ, our district deputy or lawyer, our lawyer AJ is working on it, but there's two ways we can do that. One is in the amendment of the development agreements themselves. He can write language in there to make sure if the future boards come back and do Drayton and sound walls go in. The second way is modifying the plan development that's existing and saying the same thing. So there's two ways. And then the third way that I think about is if these improvements do go in, as I tried to explain, probably not very well because engineers don't speak very well, I suppose, or communicate. But the third way to ensure that is the more improvements that you go in that are further away from a major collector, like a trail or a linear park, emergency access, the less likely a future board will go in to change it.
Okay, so I just have a few others. I'm going to try to get to the chase on it. There's been several comments about the drainage problems, the flooding problem, and there's a drainage problem. Can you address that? And will this proposal 6 solve the drainage issue when it's being built out?
So as an engineer, I look at the ranchos, and I don't mean to offend anybody. If you have nuisance, what I would call nuisance ponding, if it's in your front or backyard, it's a big problem. It's not a big problem from an engineering perspective. I see that as nuisance ponding. It's not in the plan yet, but Mr. Lynn had spoken about, hey, we could get together. I got a couple ideas. It sounds like a fairly simple thing we could do. Version 6 allows us more, we have adequate budget. I think I'd have to look at the drainage issues specifically, but I think we could certainly address them.
So what basically, because number 6 is the least costly, you're going to have another, I think it was $80,000 that you could possibly use to solve that. Okay, so the one that just blows me away that people are concerned about having the walking path is you're saying there's a weeds problem. If there's a weeds problem, isn't that going to be resolved if you have a walking path? Doesn't the county maintain the walking paths?
Right, the county would maintain the walking path. Drayton in this area is maintained by the county, quote unquote. But what I think Allie had pointed out correctly, Nevada's a little interesting. Once you touch that ground, it's just kind of native or virgin, weeds come in like crazy. So what we have in the cost estimate right now is to drill seed along the vacant areas. But the pavement will make it, if you're walking your dog, you're not going to be fighting the goat heads as usually. They won't be fighting that as much. So it will cut down the weeds, in my opinion. But, opinions.
And also the county will maintain that area. See, just about 6 months ago, the gentleman spoke, he complained about the weeds, and I drive by there all the time, and it's horrible. I mean, they're almost as tall as I were. And I mentioned this to County Manager Davidson, and she had somebody go out and remove it relatively quickly, if not very quickly. So I think that issue should be resolved. And then my final question is, and I want to make sure I understand these developments correctly. When these people did the developments, part of that agreement was that they would have to pay per home a certain amount of money to pay for the cost of this road and sound wall. Is that correct?
Yep. Andrea Pauling for the record. Yes, that is correct. Right now what we're doing is we're doing a little research with finance. Finance is the one that gave us the numbers that you guys have in your PowerPoint today. That is available and has been on reserve for Drayton Boulevard. I know there's a lot of questions about that. But yes, it was $11,000 per permit.
Yeah, and there's no way that amount's going to pay for a road and a sound wall. So that alternative is basically out unless the county's coming up with the additional money. So the reason I think that's important is first of all, I've gotten, 12, 14 emails from people that are all in support of number 6. Today, we have 5 or 6, maybe 7 people that came up and said they don't want anything built there. And they say that they don't want a walking path, they don't want anything there. But when they bought their homes, part of that development agreement said there was going to be a road there. So they understood there was going to be some type of traffic, and that's a lot more traffic than people walking. And the walking path doesn't add more traffic than it does when you're walking down the street in the neighborhoods. I walk that neighborhood all the time. I do walks in that area. So, I mean, I don't think people are going to drive across town and park on the street so they can walk down that little narrow path. It's going to be people who live there that's going to walk there. I'm a big proponent of walking paths, and I just don't see that creating a nuisance, or at least an unexpected nuisance for the neighbors when they bought their homes with the understanding there would be a road there. Correct? That was it.
Yeah, one thing also to point out, Mr. Tarkanian, this is part of the Trails Plan. That's the other win that I was hoping to achieve is, I wear a lot of, well, I don't know why I keep getting pulled into trails. I'm trying to build dams, but sometimes I work for Brooke 80. She's over in Parks and Rec and does lots of things. And so sometimes I try to help her out with building trails. It's part of the Trails Plan.
So I had one other question. I'm sorry.
Sure, and then we'll go to Commissioner Tolbert and then Commissioner
And I'm
Rice.
done after this one. It's just, so there is a concern, and from the time I've been on the board, I've tried to help alleviate the concerns of the residents and also let them voices be heard. You can't always agree with everybody, but we do that. Several of them said that they think this has been rushed and that if more meetings, you might be able to have a better plan. What is your opinion of if you had more we're going to get something better than what you proposed by now?
It's a loaded question. No way, man. This is the best plan. You listen to the engineer. No, I'm teasing that. So,
just trying to understand what they're referring to.
yeah, so I did hear a comment about, hey, notice, so this is staff trying to get direction on how to close out development agreements. We're just trying to get direction from the board, which way to go. The binding stuff, some stuff does require notice. If you're going to, say, amend a PD, there's a noticing radius that would have to follow. Yeah, do we need more time? I think you'll see that this isn't going to happen overnight. I think I pointed, if you look at this list, this is going to take a lot more public input. I've already talked to Greg Glenn in our break about getting together with him to talk about the drainage. So I don't think I need more time for that. I think what we need is just general direction from the board. Do you want to amend these development agreements and try to do this emergency access thing? Or do you want to stick with the sound walls and the major collector thing? I mean, that's what we're looking for, yeah.
My turn? Yep. I had 7, you whittled down a couple. So do you want them all, and then or you want one at a time?
One at a time, please.
Okay, so first of all, I got to apologize because this is not one that I realized there was as much going on. I've been really busy in Johnson Lane area, as you guys probably know. That's my district and most of my focus, but now that we're bringing this up, if what I'm hearing is a lot of people say it's not broke, don't fix it, what is the driving force for this action happening at all?
Andrea Pauling for the record. Since I started with community development 3 years ago, I have been put on development agreements, and I've researched all of the development agreements that currently open. And so that's the driving force, is that I just reviewed these last year. I realized that really it's the Drayton Boulevard that's holding up these 3 development agreements. So I started having conversations with Jeremy. Yes, I pulled him into this one. And we started discussing, because we already got the public comment that they didn't want the Drayton Boulevard built out. Majority, right? Not all, but the majority. That's what we've gotten. So we started to try to come up with a plan. And that's the driving force, really, is we want to come up with a plan that would benefit everyone.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I add to that? Commissioner Tolbert, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Additionally, as an organization, it is a government financial best practice, if not a requirement, that our financial statements and our budget planning reflect our existing obligations. As the agreements stand today currently, we have a $5.6 million obligation we have to complete in 5 years, and no funding and no plan. And so if it is the direction of this board to retain that obligation, our budget planning needs to properly reflect this obligation, and we need to develop a plan time now to set aside the funding to meet that objective. Additionally, I just will note, staff did not, I know from the public's perspective, this can feel arbitrary sometimes when staff appear to be driving an outcome in public engagement conversations. And I will tell you in this instance, staff were taking their direction from the commission in our planning documents as their North Star, so to speak. We have trails documents that this aligns with, strategic planning documents that all of this aligns with. This is not Jeremy's personal mission to see this happen. This is a reflection of direction that we have received previously from this board.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. There's been some recommendations that the county don't do anything. Just let the status quo remain. Unfortunately, that is not an option for the county. The county is a party to several development agreements, which are contracts. Moreover, the county has received money with the expectation that the county will use that money to build a major collector. Now, it's very clear that at least the majority of the public do not want a major collector. However, as staff has indicated, the clock is running. We don't have the luxury to not do anything because the board has to do something. Because as Jeremy eloquently pointed out, there are a number of things the county has to do. And how you want to deal with it is up to you. I mean, it's a policy decision, but doing nothing is not an option. To the extent that the neighborhood has been using this as a walking trail, being able to meet their neighbors, that's wonderful. But that is not what this was set aside for. It's a road. If the neighbors don't want it as a road, they want to continue to use it as a place to walk their dogs, meet each other, that's great. Then let's formally do that. Set aside, change the intent of this strip of land, and moreover, the funding, as Jennifer indicated, set it aside for that purpose. But again, the idea that the board can do nothing that's not true. The clock is ticking.
Commissioner Tolbert.
Thank you. Hope you guys all got that. So it was open-ended. That was a great answer. So I got plenty of resolve there. Then another one I wanted to kind of confirm is that this is more of a master plan that we're telling you what direction we want you to go ahead and design this road and this walking trail. But this is the concept and some of the details that the public is talking about, like asphalt versus DG on the walking trail. Those are finite items that are yet to be determined. And if so, what does the public involvement in those finite items look like?
I guess I'm thinking emergency access needs to be paved, so that's not a detail. That will happen. If we're going to go emergency access route, it has to happen without some major additional variance from the board, which I would not recommend. The trail complies with the master trails plan. It's pretty straightforward. In fact, I think I had a cross-section. You can see a cross-section of the trail right here. It's real similar, 10 feet wide, paved, gravel shoulders. Right, there's no more detail. That's what the trail looks like. That takes care of most of it. The drainage, again, I don't mean to minimize it. It is a nuisance. This is not a floodplain. It's not a regional drainage problem. It's a local drainage problem that I think I can solve by interacting with Mr. Lynn and the neighbors. And I think Alan had said, look for the sandbags. Even an engineer can find the sandbags. So yeah, some of those details would still need to be vetted with the final improvement plans. I'm happy to, for improvement plans in Douglas County, they're permitted through the site improvement permit process. As a county engineer, I'm the permitting authority, I suppose. It's not a public process, but I could make it a public process. I could have another public meeting. I could bring the preliminary design back to this board as you guys direct. We could go over those details when we get to that point. We just don't have them right now. This is more of a overall plan. Does that answer your question, Mr. Tolbert?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And so we've already said that, we're going to look at including the drainage in the plan. You've already addressed, as Mr. Tarkanian asked, about the weed mitigation. The other thing I'd like to point out is that when this is done, I understand this will go over to the maintenance portion of this would go to the Parks Department, right? Who would take over that, because I see the nodding of, wait, the county's taking this over, but it's an established department that's proven that they're very good at taking care of our parks. So I feel like that would be an alleviation of some dread, knowing that it's going to be maintained by the Parks Department, who is what they do, right?
Yeah, I think the Parks Department do a great job. I have heard from, I think it was Allie at the neighborhood meetings, that sometimes she has to call them and then they don't get noticed about when they're spraying for weeds. I spray for weeds. It is a chemical. So I can't speak to the notice on that. I find them to be responsive, though. The maintenance of the trail would be Parks. The maintenance of the emergency access would actually probably be roads, Public Works, John Erb, because at that point it's more of it's kind of in this quasi area. It's not a public open road in the sense it's emergency access, but it's not necessarily a trail. So I'd say Public Works would probably be on the hook for this little portion here.
Okay, that's not because we know roads are not high priority yet. So that doesn't help a whole lot. But knowing the parks are going to maintain the trail and stuff like that, that means the weeds are going to be managed. I feel comfortable with that. And then I have just a ignorance question. Why is abandonment of Drayton not an option? Or is it something that was contemplated? If public doesn't want the road there and we want to take it off as a collector, is that another potential option?
I think that speaks to Mr. Ritchie's point about it being a contract. That's not an option.
Commissioner Rice, did you have anything?
I'm trying to choose my words well. Sometimes the best action, in my opinion, is no action. Unfortunately, from what I'm hearing today, no action is not an option. So we need to opt for some action. And how do we tick off the fewest people? This board, contrary to what some people think, is doing everything in their power to alleviate, especially in the North County. This board has not gotten any credit for what it's tried to do to mitigate all this stuff that's happening. And in this case, I've looked at all the options, and unfortunately, no option is not an option. And so it looks like the one that is the most palatable would be version number 6. And that's what I've been hearing. Don't do anything, but if you do, please do number 6. So that's the way I'm tending. I would like to stress the fact that this is, for this board, one of those non-win situations. No matter what we do, somebody's going to be upset with us. Somebody's going to not like somebody walking behind their house, whistling Yankee Doodle while they're walking their dog. But that happens. We live in a community. I'm lucky because where I live, my backyard is about 15 miles deep, and it's called the Sierra Nevada Range. And I'm not walking up that damn hill anymore. I'm sorry. I used to walk to get my mail, but that ain't happening. But I really think that the best option for us at this point would be number 6. So thank you.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. As I see it, really, the residents are looking for closure and finality on whether or not Drayton is ever going to be built. And if it is built, which we don't have the money to do, then they need sound walls. So if we eliminate that as a major collector road, then we eliminate the need for sound walls. And this is what, in my opinion, probably the best option. In addition to that, we've been in touch previously with the Board of Trustees of the Gardnerville Ranchos. And they have also indicated that they do not see this as a major collector road. They see it more as a linear park. And I think that's pretty much what we're proposing here. But with the access and the ability, even though it may be a linear park, in the case of public emergencies, we still have the ability to have access to that and get residents out of that area, whether they go south or north, you know, which to me is very important. And so, and just because we choose option 6 doesn't, there's a lot of hoops yet to jump through. Is that right? As I'm seeing it. And those hoops hopefully will include public involvement and public input. And so that's an encouraging point also. We're not closing out the public from continuing to have input on what this ultimately looks like. But by us closing out these development agreements, it does shut that door. It closes and makes that finality of it's not going to be a major collector road, therefore we don't need sound walls, and let's move on. Okay, and now we can decide where we're going to go. So yes, I know that there's a lot of hoops that we have to jump through. The major concern I had was expressed by a member of the public, and that was the proper noticing to the neighborhood. And I know that when we do these kind of things, we have a quarter-mile radius that we have to respect in making sure that all of our residents are noticed. Sometimes we act upon that, in my mind, to the letter of the law versus the intent of the law. And the intent of the law, in my mind, when it comes to public noticing, is that we notice to members of the public, not necessarily within that quarter mile, but still are going to be affected. Okay? And so I would hope that when we do public noticing in the future, that we make it a policy that we take a look at the map and then, you know, maybe stretch it a little bit. I don't think the cost of stretching that radius quarter of a mile is exorbitant. And so we want to make sure that all the residents, of course, you know, on this kind of thing, noticing perhaps, you know, the town of Gardnerville or Topaz Ranch Estates or others, obviously that's not effective. But certainly those folks that are within close proximity and might have access to that. So I just want to make sure that we look at the intent of the law rather than the letter of the law when it comes to public noticing. So otherwise, I agree. We need some finality. We need some closure. But this isn't really finality or closure other than closing out the development agreements, so they eliminate that as a major collector road and eliminate the need for sound walls. But otherwise, we're going to, if we adopt option 6, it's still got a lot of hoops to jump through, and the public is going to be involved in that. Correct? I want to make sure that's on the record.
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
I concur
Thank
with
you.
much of what has been said. I heard over and over again, we want drainage, we want weed control, we want to make sure Drayton will never be built as a road. And it seems to me the best way to do all of those things is a trail. And so I am in favor of moving forward with version 6. I would also build into whatever motion we make that that community development continue their good collaboration with the community members. And so I would be prepared to support this recommended motion with the addition of direct staff to continue the collaboration, the close collaboration with the community members. Can we just refer to the recommended motion included in today's presentation? Okay, yes. It's in the recommended motion as presented today.
So I will make a motion that we approve the recommended motion that has been presented today by staff, with the addition that staff continue to work collaboratively. Anything more than 3 syllables, I'm in trouble. with the residents of this area so that we can alleviate as many of the problems that they have, including the drainage issue, which is one of the things we discussed.
Also, that motion, as it's written, it says version 4. So we need to confirm version 6.
Yeah, just for the record, I did modify it to 6 here, Mr. Tolbert.
Okay.
So it's different than what you see in your packet, version 6, version 6, version 6.
So the motion did refer to the recommended motion that was presented today, which does include version 6, only version 6. Yes. Is there a second?
I will second that, but I'd also once again ask that we expand the noticing if we're going to have public meetings beyond the quarter mile. To what? 3/4 of a mile. A half a mile, okay? I mean,
Okay, so we have a motion.
I think staff will do that just at our recommendation rather than putting it on the record. On the motion, right? I think you understand what we want to accomplish.
Then
So,
I'll take that as a
let's-
second of the motion. Very good. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will take a lunch break until 1:30. I want to thank all of the community members for your engagement and not just coming here today, but also learning about this and working together and working with our staff. So thank you.
One question for the lady that lives on the corner. Do you own a pair of bolt cutters?
You're going to be our first line of defense when we have a fire. Do you own a boat? Do you own a?
Yes. Nathan's in the parking lot. All right, it is 1:31 and we will reconvene. We're on to agenda item number 3 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2025-1652, repealing ordinance 2013-1388, which adopted a development agreement with Micah Drive LLC, and ordinance 2016-1462, which approved the First Amendment to that development agreement, given the fact that all obligations under the development agreement by all parties thereto have been met. The project associated with the development agreement is known as The Cottages, which is located southwest and southeast of the Micah Drive and Vista Grande Boulevard intersection within the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan. This is first reading. Andrea Pauling, Deputy Director of Community Development.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Yes, you get me again. Andrea Pauling from Douglas County Community Development for the record. As you heard from Madam Chair Hales, this is a first reading of the ordinance 2025-1652 to repeal the development agreement of Micah Drive LLC, the Cottages at Indian Hills Development, and its subsequent amendments. This is for presentation only today pursuant to NRS 244-100. The proposed ordinance is only required to be read by title to you as the Board of County Commissioners for introduction. You get to see me back here for the full presentation and second reading of this item in 1 month on March 20th. Any questions? Let me know.
All right.
All I'll say is I appreciate you doing these kind of things so that we can try to get some of this wrapped up and off the books. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yes. All right. I think there are no other questions, so thank you.
No problem. Have a good day.
Mission accomplished. Agenda item 4 for possible action, discussion to accept the 2024 Enterprise Risk Assessment final report prepared by Douglas County's internal auditor, Moss Adams. For this, we look to Kathy Lewis, Chief Operating Officer, and Moss Adams.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. I do want to say that this was presented to our audit committee on February 15th, and they have accepted it to send it to you guys for review and acceptance. And I have Moss Adams on the line. I think Annie is going to present. Annie, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I will turn it to you then.
Thank you so much. I'm Annie Rose Favreau, for the record. I'm with the Moss Adams team, and I have a short presentation on the enterprise risk assessment itself. So I will go ahead and share my screen here. All right. So today, I want to go through the scope and methodology quickly on the enterprise risk assessment, just so we're all on the same page there, talk briefly about our risk assessment framework, and then present some of the risk assessment results in case any of you have questions here. As the county's internal auditor, we perform enterprise risk assessments every few years just to get a snapshot of the county's current risk conditions. So in general, our enterprise risk assessments, we focus on assessing at a high level the current state of the county's risk conditions, internal controls, operational efficiency and effectiveness, policies and procedures, and compliance. So we look across 17 different risk categories as part of this work. And our risk assessment methodologies are based on a best practice framework known as the COSO ERM framework, and that really emphasizes the idea of integrating risk considerations when you are thinking about how are we making decisions about county operations, how are we going about our day-to-day work trying to accomplish the objectives of the county. So just the idea that risk should always be part of this conversation. And this enterprise risk assessment was conducted between June and December of last year. And so it reflects that period of time. And I do want to highlight that because obviously some things may have changed since last December as well. In terms of our methodology, our project was broken into 4 different phases. We have in the first area, planning, which really goes into project management, document and data review, putting together interview request lists, and a lot of the other work that we did in coordination with county staff, Then we moved into fact finding, where we were reviewing documents. We held interviews with over 30 members of staff, management, and the Board of Commissioners as well. And then we moved into our analysis phase, assessing the risk across all those categories that I mentioned before. And this was really based on the information that we discovered during fact finding. And finally, we moved into reporting, where we developed a draft version of the report, which we discussed with senior leadership and now are bringing forward to you all today. In terms of the risk assessment framework, there's a lot of words on this slide. I will not go through all of them, but what I do want to highlight is that for each category that we assessed, we assign an overall risk rating, somewhere between high, moderate to low. So within that, really your high risk categories, your moderate to high risk categories, those are the ones that you really want to focus on. And so that's why we do that kind of leveling work as we go through. In order to create the risk level for each category, we calculate that overarching risk rating by putting together our ratings related to the impact of the risk. So that's basically the potential impact of a negative event on the county. Then we look at likelihood of the risk happening or likelihood of a negative event happening, the county's level of preparedness to address those risks, and then the trajectory of the risk. In general, is this risk rating going up, remaining flat, decreasing? And that can be based on either internal or external risk factors. So just want to highlight that in terms of that overall risk level that we assign to each category, that is made up and calculated based on some of these other components. Before we get into the specific risk ratings for the county itself, I do want to highlight that funding and economics, financial stability, this is an area of significant risk for many counties. This is not just Douglas County. Many counties are navigating really complex financial challenges due to a wide variety of reasons that may include things like inflation, end of pandemic era grant funding, things along those lines. And funding and economics is a higher risk area for Douglas County. We'll be talking a bit more around that. It is rated as a moderate to high risk rating, and that's really due to increasing costs for the county and ongoing capital improvement needs that are straining resources. And again, I just want to highlight that that is a very common trend for counties and local governments nationwide. But funding and economics comes up because it also impacts the county's ability to manage risks effectively. Because when we're looking at risks like infrastructure, human resources, IT, all of those are areas that require resources in order to effectively mitigate risks. And that is a reality that Douglas County is dealing with today. So we wanted to share that context before we move into the risk assessment results. So we have here all of the categories that we reviewed, and we have listed them from highest risk area to lowest risk area. We evaluated 17 categories, and these really comprise operational categories as well as more strategic categories. So we have everything on here from public safety, policy and procedures, organization and staffing, to funding and economics, the topic I was just speaking to you all about. And I won't go over each area individually, but I do want to talk about key themes from those first 3 risk categories that fall into the high or moderate to high rating. So I will do that in a moment. But before I do that, the only other thing I wanted to point out was how these results compare to your previous risk assessment. So the last enterprise risk assessment was conducted in 2018. And since then, when we compare the two, there is a changing risk environment, and we are seeing some improvements, which is great. So risk ratings in 35% of these categories decreased since 2018. 41% remained flat, and 18% increased. The increased risk ratings were largely driven by ongoing challenges related to the city's ethics environments and the increasing complexity of things like cybersecurity risks and capacity challenges within public safety. But the decreased risks are largely driven by improved internal controls and the effort that the county has gone to deploy risk mitigation strategies that were identified back in 2018. So that's really exciting to see the positive progress that's happening there as well. On that note, I also want to really commend the county. You have many, many effective practices that are in place that contribute to risk mitigation. So we wanted to highlight some of these. The first of which is that you have a really great training programs in place for employees. And this covers a wide range of topics like finance, ethics, communication, leadership. You have a supervisory training program, which is aligned with best practice and helps ensure that new managers are well prepared. So that really helps in many different areas of risk. Interviewees also reported a positive relationship between board and the management team, noting significant improvement in recent years, and some adjustments like establishing a policy and procedure manual for boards, committees, and commissions, which that's just a really excellent way to support clarity in governance practices, roles, and responsibilities, that type of thing. And a strong governance environment is obviously very important to having a well-functioning county. Leadership has also reportedly improved under direction of a new county manager, and there were broad reports that the county's management team works well together. So seeing that kind of effective leadership is huge when it comes to fostering a positive organizational culture there. And finally, the planning environment is also very commendable here. You have a 5-year strategic plan that I think you're going to have an update on right after this. The county also has other important plans like the long-term financial plan and infrastructure plans in areas like stormwater, transportation, etc. So that very strong planning environment certainly reduces risks for the county because it helps you focus on using your resources effectively. With that, I do want to speak to the 3 higher risk categories. The first one that I have highlighted here is the information technology. This was rated as the highest risk area in our assessment. And this is driven by a couple different areas related to staffing changes, governance, and cybersecurity. So the county's technology services department is somewhat understaffed currently compared to industry standards, which can compromise efficiency. But there's also been high turnover rates and leadership instability within this group. There's been 6 CTO changes in the past decade, and that really gets in the way of this group being able to fully meet the county's IT needs. And I think that there's some positive progress here moving forward, but that's the history that we're working with there. The county's technology steering committee was also put in place to help with IT governance, and it was established in 2016 to help coordinate decisions about how and when new systems and technology are purchased within the county. But that group is not functioning in the way that it was originally established to function in, and so there's a disconnect between the policy and the practice there. So that lack of a functioning true IT governance framework has resulted in some departments operating their own technology systems, which can increase risks related to cybersecurity. Finally, while some technology-related policies and procedures are in place, there needs to be additional up-to-date guidelines there. Cybersecurity is a major factor there because it is a really critical risk for any local government, and the impacts of a cybersecurity event can obviously be fairly significant. So right now, the county could benefit from a more standardized approach to managing cybersecurity risks. So those are the main pieces. There's a lot more detail in our report, but I wanted to go through those items before moving on to our moderate to high risk categories. So within that, we have 2 categories here. The first is funding and economics, and the second is infrastructure and asset management. So within that, it's no surprise that funding and economics is a higher risk area for the county. As previously mentioned, this is true for many local governments in the nation as they are dealing with things like inflation and economic instability. And the key drivers of risk in this area are really those increasing cost and capital improvement needs. The county's revenues have increased in recent years, which is fantastic to see, but costs are expected to continue to increase, especially those for employee salaries and benefits. And additionally, the county has significant unfunded deferred maintenance and capital improvement needs, which is obviously a major component of any local government's budget and can have real impacts on government funding over time. And related to that, the other moderate to high risk category is the county's infrastructure and asset management processes. So as I'm sure you are all well aware, there are several major capital improvement projects currently underway, like the Muller Parkway and the new Justice Center. And those types of very large, complex projects do carry inherent risks because of their complexity. We also want to highlight that there is, as I mentioned before, unfunded deferred maintenance and capital improvement needs that also increase risk in this area. And that's mostly because deferring facilities maintenance is both a financial and a liability risk to the county, because if you can engage in routine maintenance, that's almost always cost less than corrective maintenance, preventive or replacements rather. So when routine maintenance is deferred, that means that the useful life of infrastructure like a building can be shortened, and that the infrastructure must be rebuilt or replaced earlier than expected. So it's important for the county to continue efforts to develop a really comprehensive funding strategy for its deferred maintenance and continue efforts in this area to effectively maintain capital assets. So with that, I will pass it over and see if there are any questions there. Those were the three categories we wanted to highlight. And obviously, we will be using the results of this work to move forward and inform the county's internal audit program as we go. So you'll be hearing more on each of these topics, but any questions about the overarching risk assessment?
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. And I'm looking at page 1064, where it talks about just something that you just mentioned in regards to our CIPs. In the middle of that page, it says, as of fiscal year 24, approximately 29 million of the total annual CIP costs, 58% remain unfunded, which creates financial risk for the county. And while the CIP identifies gaps in funding strategies. So it was my understanding, previously serving on Parks and Rec and that board, I do know that when I visited with Scott Morgan regarding this, so much of the CIPs that I understand from a Parks and Recreation Commission standpoint is that if you don't have it on the plan, then it makes it difficult to go forward and try to get grants to cover those costs. And so that's why so much of that is included on the CIP, is because, and it's certainly a five-year long-range plan, so that should funding come available, then we can address those. If they weren't on the CIP, then we couldn't necessarily address them. So is that what I'm seeing here, reading into this, Ms. Lewis?
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. You're exactly right. In Douglas County, we have traditionally, in our CIP plan, put everything that we think we want to do in the next 5 years. Most of it is funding has not been identified. The nice thing is not only is it out there for grants, but it's also out there for the public. And if there's an opportunity that any of us see that is part of that CIP plan and on the radar, I guess, of the commissioners, the staff, and the public.
Other questions? Then I know we probably have comments. I know I have comments. So maybe at this point we'll go to public comments. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Mr. Jackson.
I threw my back out this week, so I'm a little gimpy here. Jim Jackson. Interesting report on risk management. One of the things you were just talking about it is you put everything into this so that you can get future monies for it through grants. Have you noticed the federal government is cutting way back on what they're going to give out as far as grants? So if that's the case with that, should you reduce the number of things you're putting out there to keep your budget more in line with what you're actually going to get? The other thing was risk of assets. We have one coming up this afternoon you're going to be discussing, which is the new performance center. This isn't saying I don't want it or I don't like it or anything like that, but isn't that an awful big risk? Because I still am not real clear on where the money's going to come to do all the improvements to the theater. I know you've got the 2.9 million, which if the newspaper is correct, you have to now spend 3.2 million because you have to accept the whatever it was appraised at. You can't buy it for less than that and everything. But then once, and that was in the paper. Now, the Record Courier is known to be wrong a lot of times, so that could be the case. But once the theater, you buy the theater, you're going to have to maintain it as a theater because the county now owns it. You're going to lease it out to some entity to actually work within the theater. But if I understood it correctly, that any improvements to the theater above $5,000, the county picks up. I may be wrong, but that's the way I read it. Now, looking at what you want to do to the theater, that's multiple millions of dollars it's going to take to do those improvements, to change it from the movie theater to a performing arts center. I know when we did the El Capitan Theater down in Hollywood, that was one theater in good shape. They didn't change it from a movie theater. It cost them $40 million to fix it. That was back in the 80s. So project that forward on what those plans look like. You have a tremendous amount of money that could be going into this thing. And is that going to be the liability for the county and not from some little fund and everything that you have set aside for it? So that's a question I have, and how does that play into the risk management of where we're going? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I have comments. Does anyone else have comments they want to make? Oh, all right. I'll jump in. I want to note that it is easy for Moss Adams to say you need more staff in this department or that department because they're not coming up with the money to pay for those. I just wanted to note that. I also want to note some good news. Feedback from county staff indicates a generally positive relationship with the board, noting significant improvement in recent years. Historically, the board placed high demands on staff, which has since moderated, contributing to a more effective working environment. The improved relationship between county staff and the board is the leading driver of a lower risk level when compared to the 2018 risk assessment. I wanted to bring this up for two reasons. One is to say, good, this is great. And the other is to emphasize that there's a link between risk and county commissioners getting involved in placing high demands on staff is the way it's worded in the report. And so I'm pleased at the trend and appreciate this board for that. The other piece I wanted to note that I feel is very successful is on page 48 of the report. Staff reported the county's current management team works well together and generally reported trust and confidence in the county's management team. This is something that has improved in the last 2 years under the direction of the new county manager and contributes to reduced risk in this area. And I felt that I did not want to miss this opportunity to highlight and appreciate the work of our county manager, who is exceedingly conscientious and driven by principle and integrity, and is literally reducing risk in our county. And I very much appreciate her good work and your office. So thank you very much. I have a couple of other things. I know. I note that my notes are out of whack because I have page numbers to this in the previous agenda packet, and so now it's today. So I don't have the place. I don't have it in front of me, but the report indicates that the county does not have a code of conduct that covers elected officials and employees. And I know that we have pieces of a code of conduct in other places, but it seems to me that that is something that would be some low-hanging fruit, potentially, that we could address, that would be very much consistent with our strategic plan and our values, and I would like to see that be addressed. And at the same time, we might want to dovetail that with our own norms and procedures to make sure we have a good, solid document, or maybe two of them, one for our norms and procedures, and then a code of conduct that applies to everyone. I also note, just because I'm noting these two because they kind of fall within our county commissioner jurisdiction or specific responsibility. I also noted that the report called for better commissioner onboarding practice, and I feel like that's something that that we can work on. That wouldn't take much to put together, and so I'm putting that on my list of things to note and try and accomplish. And that is generally all of my comments, except that I did notice that Mr. Ruja has joined us, and since IT was called out, and especially since leadership, stable leadership of our IT department is called out as an area of improvement, I wanted to pause and appreciate you and let you know that we support you and we're thankful for your service here. And we appreciate the improvements you've made already. Did you have anything you wanted to share with the board?
Peace Rugia for the record. Commissioner Shells, the only thing I wanted to add to this is that we are really looking at a comprehensive roadmap for the IT department. And, I think a lot of the call outs in Moss Adams is really part of all the plans that we're trying to create for the county as a whole. It's really taking a little bit of time to unravel some of these contracts as well as the cost for things. So I really appreciate the patience, and that's pretty much what I have.
Thank you, and please stay.
Okay.
We appreciate your work and want to acknowledge that you were headed this direction before this report came out. So thank you very much. All right, any other comments from commissioners? County Manager Davidson, did you have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for asking. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I will be brief. I do just also want to extend my gratitude to Peace's team. The Information Technology Department is a wonderful group, and under Peace's leadership, I have every faith that this will be an improvement in our next risk assessment. I also just did want to note that my office, Kathy and I will be working very closely with our leadership team to address the risks that have been highlighted in this report. When we created the Chief Operating Officer position, I met with Kathy and told her this is our roadmap. This is how we focus on building capacity and further improving and preparing this organization for the future. And she graciously agreed and shares that vision. And I'm just so grateful for everyone in this organization. There's a lot of leadership team members in this room. Thank you for the work that you are doing. We cannot do this on our own. It is a real team effort. And I'm very excited about the future for this organization.
Back to you then, Ms. Lewis.
Jennifer is always hard to follow with. She's very good with her words, and I totally support and agree with her. I don't have anything more to add. I want to thank Moss Adams. It was an undertaking. I believe that they interviewed, of course, they interviewed all the department heads and elected officials, but they also interviewed you guys 6-9 months ago, if you remember. So it was a great undertaking. I think a great report and back and forth to get a good roadmap for us to go forward.
Thank you. Then that will conclude this agenda item.
Well, so it says here, discussion to accept, so I will.
Oh, yes, okay.
I will take the opportunity to move for this board to accept the 2024 Enterprise Risk Assessment Final Report prepared by Douglas County's Internal Auditor, Moss Adams, as presented.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Tolbert that we accept the 2024 Risk Assessment Report. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Good, thank you. Carries unanimously. Agenda item 5 for possible action, discussion on the status of the Douglas County Strategic Plan. The strategic plan was adopted in May 2024 and encompasses 4 key areas: balanced growth and infrastructure, preserving Douglas County's natural beauty and rural character, serving our community with quality services, and enhancing residents' quality of life. Staff will provide a presentation on the status of the goals and objectives identified in the plan and may receive direction from the Board of County Commissioners regarding the same. County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. In writing and preparing this presentation in partnership with our leadership team, can tell you we're all tired. We have been incredibly busy as a team and as a county, and in our efforts to implement the vision of this county commission. And I really hope that the commissioners view this strategic plan update is a victory lap and a celebration of your leadership. We could not accomplish the objectives outlined here in this plan without you. And you have been just as busy, if not busier, than we have been. So thank you for your efforts. I did write, for the sake of prosperity and having a good record of everything that we're working on, this presentation includes a lot more words and text than it normally would otherwise. I will not bore you today. I suspect you have all read the strategic plan. You're intimately familiar with it. You're also likely have read my full report. I'm just going to jump in and get into some of the highlights. So for those who are familiar with our strategic plan, it is broken into these components, which include 4 objectives, 24 goals, and 72 initiatives. The first bigger objective is balanced growth and infrastructure. And in this category, let me look at what I wanted to highlight. I wanted to talk to you about our Title 20 update. That Title 20 update is underway. We are chipping away at it. And in fact have heard from our county commission that this is an important priority moving forward. So we are visiting with our team members to figure out how we can allocate resources to accomplish this objective in a more timely manner. We have already implemented some changes to the text, which includes low impact development standards, and we're adding language to address our public art initiatives from our public art plan. Additionally, under the category of roads, traffic, and transportation, I wanted to highlight that we are in the process and have almost completed, it's 95% complete now, our intersection evaluation, which feeds into ultimately our transportation plan, which will be coming forward for an update, and that work will be completed in 2026. And Madam Chair, at any point if the Commission wishes me to slow down or wants me to address any of the bullets I'm skimming over, please do so. Under the category of managed stormwater, I am very pleased that our team has worked with this County Commission to adopt a stormwater master plan. And implementation of that plan is underway. We are going to be bringing forward for discussion by this County Commission in a meeting in June, likely a workshop, a full discussion on how we might best fund our priorities from that stormwater master plan. So stay tuned for that. We will be doing some public outreach and public engagement as part of that process. This is a further breakdown of all of the elements in Title 20 that we're hoping to update. None of this will come as a surprise to you. We have completed some updates. We've done some extensive work to refine our VHR code. It is one of the longest sections of county code, but I think we've done some good work to revise the VHR program and to work with the VHR team to get it on track. I am anticipating that we'll be bringing forward some additional tweaks to it in the very near future, so stay tuned for that discussion. Additionally, we have worked with fire districts to adopt fire code, made some changes to our appendices, all of the things outlined here. It's a heavy lift to update county code, as I'm sure you know. So we appreciate your patience, and we're going to kick it into overdrive moving into the next fiscal year.
I do have a question on that.
Yes.
When I talk to our planning department or community development folks, I get the sense that they're putting in late nights already. And so I think they kicked it into overdrive some months ago, maybe years ago. And I do have a concern that my personal observations lead me to think that perhaps more resources are needed to accomplish this strategic plan objective of the Title 20 being comprehensively updated.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that observation, and I would very much agree. Our community development team are definitely some of the most devoted late-night working team members that we have. And what I would say when we have conversations about the budget and the allocation of resources, what I would ask the County Commission to consider is when we ask to bring forward contracts for professional, oh my gosh, I'm totally drawing a blank. Professional service contracts, thank you. When we ask to bring on consultants, that's about building capacity for the team to allow us to do more in a cost-effective way. Additionally, my office has had extensive conversations with Mr. Dallaire and Ms. Pauling regarding how we might utilize team members differently, how we might expand capacity by rethinking our positions. I am anticipating that we will be bringing forward in the very near future a conversation to the County Commission where we discuss something that could look like reclassification or reorganization of team members that allows for us to add capacity to this team in creative ways, freeing up others to do work on Title 20 within our existing resources. So we're getting creative, we're thinking outside the box, and stay tuned for that future proposal.
Thank you.
All right, under the goal of balanced growth and infrastructure, and oh, by the way, I did invite members of all of the departments and teams. Thank you, Ms. Pauling, for stepping forward. Okay. I appreciate their support in sitting in the audience today in case there's a question I'm not able to address or if they wanted to add anything. Thank you for that. Under balanced growth and infrastructure, under the category of financial sustainability, our 5-year forecast was recently complete and shared with this county commission as part of our budget presentation, as part of our budget kickoff process. We will continue to fine-tune those 5-year projections as new information is made available to us. So it is our goal, working with the finance team and their chief operating officer, to continuously provide this board with that 5-year picture so that you can keep that in mind as you're making your resource allocation decisions. In terms of cost recovery, I'm also very pleased that we worked with the commission to bring forward a fee increase for our community development department to match the actual cost of the services we provide out of that team. Remember, that was a 14% increase, and we appreciate you doing that. We will continue to evaluate all of the fees to ensure that we are recovering our costs for providing those services, which may mean that we bring forward fee increases to you on a more frequent basis in cycle with our budget planning process. Under our business and economic development categories, I did just want to highlight, as you're aware, we made a big purchase of Oracle permitting software recently. Thank you for that decision. Ultimately, that will allow us to meet many of our customer service objectives identified in our strategic plan for our department in community development. We heard from our feedback from our business community that our permitting process can be cumbersome, that the software was difficult to work with, and so Oracle will allow us to implement changes on that front, and we're very excited about that. In addition, the Community Development Department does routinely do and conduct customer service feedback surveys. We have collected 500 survey responses from our customers, and I'm pleased to report that we receive less than 2% negative feedback in those customer surveys. I'm hoping that the Community Development Department will dig in more during their budget presentation under accomplishments to share with you their fantastic feedback information that we're getting from our customers.
Question on that page. Do we have a timeline for when Oracle will be live?
I believe we do, but I don't remember off the top of my head when it was going to be. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Pauling.
Hi, Andrea Pauling for the record. We're actively working on code enforcement right now with Oracle. So our timeline for the first module of code enforcement will be in June of this year. We're hoping to have everything completed, all the other modules completed by February of next year. But I'm actively working on them moving that date up to January 1st. So we'll have more updates for you.
All right, moving on. Under the category of preserving natural beauty and rural culture, I wanted to highlight under open space preservation that our transfer of development rights study is still underway. It is nearing completion. The findings from the study has been submitted to a technical advisory committee to determine how the recommendations from the study might be implemented logistically and how all the pieces might fit together with county code. Once that work has been complete, we do anticipate bringing that forward for public and board input in the near future. I should have had a date for this one as well. Do you have an approximate date? Sorry. Thank you.
Andrea Pauling again for the record. We do, on March 19th, we have the follow-up TAC meeting for the TDR study. So all of the people, Wood Rogers and everyone that we're working with are going to be here, and I think some of you were also invited to that. After that, we'll finalize some of our findings, and we're hoping by June, beginning of July, that we'll have something more final.
So in this process, I noticed it says transfer of development rights study underway. Next phase is implementation. I would have thought next phase is coming to the board to make changes and then implementation. That's right? Okay, all right.
This is an instance where I didn't put nearly enough words on the page. I apologize. Yes, there will be a checkpoint in which we bring the findings of that study back to the commission for input. Thank you. One of the pieces under open space preservation that I'm most proud of is the work the team has done to identify opportunities for open space conservation and flood mitigation in partnership with this board. And I would just remind you that we have recently worked to purchase the Red Hawk parcel, Pamela Place, and the Denmark parcel. We're in process of acquiring that as well. These are important elements strategically from our stormwater master plan, and I thank you for working with us to achieve those objectives. Under the category of preserving heritage and culture, I am pleased that we are working to identify appropriate locations on or near county facilities for the placement of public art. And we're also, as I mentioned previously, looking to amend Title 20 to allow for public art in county code. All right, under the category of responsible and sustainable tourism, our award-winning trails plan, Scott Morgan would kill me if I did not preface it with that first part of that statement. Our award-winning trails plan has been adopted. We are in the process of supporting the lake priorities identified in this plan. We're in the process of supporting all priorities, but in particular, when we talk about responsible tourism, Our trails plan is an important component of that. So we are working with our lake partners to promote sustainable tourist recreation, which includes trails planning, and to ensure that we properly plan for transit connections that makes it easier for our visitors to the lake to access recreation at the lake with alternative transportation methods, not necessarily having to get in the car to go where you're going. Our multi-use event center at the fairgrounds, our feasibility study, of course, is now underway thanks to your approval of that request. Under rural character and distinctive downtowns, I'm pleased to report that many elements from the Valley Vision Plan and the town's plans for prosperity have been incorporated into our planning efforts and all the work that we have done in partnership with the towns. That includes, we're about to discuss today, the Cultural and Performing Arts Center, which may be an option for this county commission. It'll be up to you to determine whether or not we ultimately do end up purchasing that. But in addition, we have adopted a cultural and performing arts plan. We're working to construct Muller Parkway, and I mentioned the event center already.
Ms. Davidson,
Yes.
before you go any further, I failed to mention when we talked about open space preservation, and it's listed on this presentation, strengthen incentive programs and support passage of the Douglas County Lands Bill. The Douglas County Lands Bill is a portion of the Northern Nevada Lands Bill that's being promoted by Congressman Amodei. Anyways, several of us will be visiting with him, not next week, but the following week in DC during the NACO Legislative Conference to once again try to get that finalized and get it moving. I do know that that bill has been through markup in the House of Representatives and is going to the House floor, I believe, for approval. Of course, there's so much going on in Washington, D.C. right now that it's taken a little bit of a backseat from what I understand, but hopefully with the Republican leadership in both houses in Washington, D.C. and with President Trump, hopefully we can finally put the final nail in that coffin and get that done. So that's a key objective of the delegation going back to D.C. next week.
Good points, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. Or Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for that. That was a slip. Okay. Under the category of serving our community with quality county services, professional development, this is a element of the strategic plan that is near and dear to my heart. And I'm very grateful for the work that has been done with human resources to achieve many of the objectives outlined here, including, as you heard in the risk assessment, training is an important priority of this organization. And we have worked very hard to enhance our training program. I have personally written courses based on critical thinking, ethics 2.0, and worked with team members to introduce a new training on emotional intelligence for our employees this year. It is one of the pieces of my master's degree that I enjoyed most, and I'm very grateful that I'm able to introduce these concepts to our team. It has resulted in, my opinion, higher quality decision-making across the organization, and our employees have adopted the behaviors and values consistently across this organization, so that's great. Speaking of behaviors and values, we launched the Respect campaign. I'm sure the board is aware you recently added respect as a value of this organization, and so we did an extensive education campaign for our employees and did recently implement that, and all of our employees are now being evaluated on this value, as part of their overall performance metrics. We've also significantly increased employee engagement and internal communication across this organization. We're meeting regularly. My leadership team is meeting regularly with Labor Association membership, and this was outside of the labor negotiation process. We're working hard to make sure that those relationships are strong and that we have an open ear to listen to the concerns of the employees of this organization. So that we can understand their perspective and adjust our leadership approaches accordingly. And as you are aware, the enterprise risk assessment was recently complete and will serve as a roadmap for our future action. Under recruitment and retention, I'm very pleased to say that interest in county recruitments has increased across all of our positions. And this is due to, I believe, our marketing and outreach efforts, but also generally, I believe feedback is that we are, as an organization, have a stronger reputation. And our approach to employees and leadership in general is being well received. And so our employees are helping us recruit and bring new team members on board, which is a really good thing to hear. All right, under the category of public safety and judicial system, as you're aware, phase 1 of the radio infrastructure project is underway. Kara is in the audience today. This is an important investment, long past due. We will be bringing forward subsequent phases of this project for your consideration for funding allocation once we do identify those resources. Phase 1 has they're being taken in priority. So the highest level priorities for radio infrastructure replacement are being tackled in this first phase. We are continuing to have conversations with our public safety partners as we implement this project to ensure that we're meeting expectations and addressing concerns. Under the category of resilient community, I will just highlight that we recently adopted our hazard mitigation plan, which can be found on the county's website, which was an extensive undertaking by our emergency management team, and I am very grateful for their efforts. I know evacuation planning is a significant concern for our community, and we are definitely making it a priority for the emergency management director. When we look to evacuation planning at the lake, she has done some outreach to other jurisdictions around the lake, and we're engaging in conversations with TRPA about how we might fund a basin-wide evacuation study for the lake. And I do look forward to bringing that discussion back to the county commission once we have a plan for that, but we understand that is an important consideration for the lake community and for this county. Also under the category of emergency management, we have worked with our public safety partners to enhance our public warning systems and our informational sharing tools. You've seen Perimeter, you've seen Reverse 911. We have increased participation in the utilization of those tools, and our emergency management team public education and outreach efforts as they meet and engage with our community members on how to best use those tools. All right. Under the category of public health, opioid funding is now being used, as you're aware, to fund services provided by nonprofit organizations in this community to address prevention, treatment, and recovery programs. We've also hired community health workers to help residents access healthcare utilizing SB 118 funding. In public facilities, as you're aware, the Justice Center project is underway, and we look forward to breaking ground this fall for the construction of the actual building itself. We will be looking to sell the bonds in the very near future, I believe middle of March, for the sale of those bonds. We are watching the bond market very closely. There's a lot of things going on at the moment. I'm sure you're very aware of that. It is on our radar, and if we have any issues, we will be bringing a conversation back to the County Commission as part of our budget planning process. Also, I'm very pleased with the work that Community Services has done on the animal shelter to make some improvements with the installation of the generator. And as you're aware, the Cat Cottage project is underway, and I view that to be a significant achievement by this organization in the sense that we leveraged minimal county funding to maximum effect and engaged with our stakeholder group to ensure that it was meeting the needs of the community. We'll continue to engage with them as we move forward on that project as well. Speaking of public engagement, I'm sure you have seen community engagement and communication coming out of my office as fast as we can type. Right now, our community relations team is a one-man show. Shout out to Eric Cachinero. He is doing an amazing job on that front. The efforts of the community relations team to streamline the information we are providing and making sure that it's relevant and engaging for the public has been yeoman's work, and I'm so pleased with all of that. That includes our board buzz, our newsletter, our prosperity press, and we continue to look for ways to engage effectively with our community members. With that, I want to share with you.
Oh, could I ask one question on that? How are the Board Buzz numbers looking? I mean, people sign up for that separate from the newsletter and the Prosperity Press.
Yes.
Do you happen to know?
If you're asking me how many subscribers, I don't know off the top of my head how many subscribers we have. I do know what our open rate is, which indicates a level of engagement and interest. We have a 57% open rate, which is well above industry standard and what you would expect to see for government communication. Government communication isn't always very engaging, and I can tell you Mr. Catanero does an exceptional job at making sure that it's understandable and an enjoyable read, frankly. Did that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
and maybe you could have him let me know how many subscribers there are to Board Buzz.
Yes, I do have some statistics but I don't believe we have subscriber information. So yes, I will bring that back to the board.
And one other question. Is this event center on this page talking about the at the fairgrounds? Or
No.
our events, Tahoe Blue Event Center?
No.
What's this talking about?
Door number 3. And I apologize for not being more specific in my wording here. I was referencing, I think, based on even the Drayton conversation that you saw today, there is a concerted effort on all fronts by all departments to engage with the public and to do extensive stakeholder conversations, even when we are at the concept level of planning for these large projects. And in this instance, what I was referring to here was actually the theater potential purchase. The outreach and the efforts that staff have put in that, I think, make all the world of difference when it comes time to bring these back for discussion for the county commission. You can tell that our team members are engaging with the public to hear from them before they're bringing this forward. And I thank them for those efforts. I think if Ms. Algis were here, one of her parting messages she left us with is, all too often for government, we engage after the fact or right prior to a decision, when in fact we should be engaging at the ground level and creating points in the process where the public has an opportunity to shape the outcome instead of just responding to outcomes. And that is a message that has been heard loud and clear by this organization.
Now, in this area, communication, and I'm looking at a different presentation, I think, than I'm looking at what's in the board packet. Under the communications, under item 2, it talks about improved communications tools, improve website usability, and update processes for content workflow, refocusing on maintenance, consistency, branding, and usability. So we're looking at that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Justice Center, here's the site. I included this in here because this is a significant lift for this organization and no small feat. As a reminder, $50 million project approximately just for the construction of this building. More than $60 million total will ultimately have been spent to make this vision a reality. And so I look at this picture to remind me of why we do all the things we're doing and why we're having the tough budget conversations that we're having in a couple of weeks. These are the statistics that I had Mr. Catanero throw in here regarding communication and public information. You can see the number of social media interactions, the number of tools that he uses, the newsletter output, and press releases that his office has generated and his team has put together. I told you he's a one-man show at the moment. We are prioritizing hiring a second individual for his team. It is a position that exists previously that recently became vacant. And I will tell you, I don't believe the quality of the work has slowed down 1 minute or that he has missed a beat, and I thank him for his efforts. All right, In the category of enhancing residents' quality of life, under outdoor recreation, I'll just highlight that we have been working to implement many priorities, as I mentioned, from the awards-winning Trails Plan. And our community services team is working with an outdoor recreation work group to implement the priorities from that plan. So that, again, highlights the reoccurring theme of public and stakeholder engagement. We've also worked with this commission to increase opportunities for residents of all ages to enjoy a variety of outdoor recreational activities, the most recent of which, I would be remiss if I did not mention it, pickleball, yes. Very excited about that. Many more outdoor recreation improvements to come. On the indoor recreation front, I do just want to highlight, we are working to, later on this agenda, explore that cultural and performing arts center opportunity, and we'll see what the commission ultimately decides. But in addition to that building, the community services team never stops thinking about how they can do more in that community center building. So far, they have enhanced toddler time, they've incorporated theme events, and they've added additional family-friendly activities that encourages families to come out and engage with staff in a wonderful, friendly, community-centered environment. I said family 5 times because it shows up in the strategic plan a lot more than that. All right.
When you talk about indoor recreation, first of all, I think it's important that the public, since we're in front of the public today, understand that this strategic plan was not developed by this board. This strategic plan was eventually approved by this board, but not developed by this board. Members of our community are the ones that built this strategic plan with their vision over the next 5 years. And one of the things they identified is exploring the feasibility study on the Copeland building or a cost of a construction of new, and then exploring the cultural and performing arts community center, okay? And so later on today, we'll have in our agenda taking a look at that, but I think it's important for the community to recognize that we're trying to activate and develop based on their desires of what they want to see in our community. I think that's an important aspect.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for those comments, and also for the gentle reminder that it wasn't just your vision, it was the vision of this community for our future and what they wanted to see happen over the next 5 years. All right, in the category of senior services, we have created 3 licensed social worker positions who conduct home visits to evaluate the needs of seniors and provide access to resources. We've also been working to expand congregate dining at the lake, and we've been hosting monthly educational courses at the Senior Center. Those include courses like how to use your cell phone, veterans benefits, and Medicare. I'm really pleased about the content and the educational courses that are being offered and the focus by the community development team on our senior community. Under the category of transportation, we have been seeking, or we have sought successfully to grant funding to hire 2 drivers, to purchase 2 vans, 2 buses, to expand DART to South County and also to the lake, service to the lake. Under the category of community-wide extended services, the airport has been doing, speaking of yeoman's work, a lot of work on that front. They've been seeking grant funding to complete their airport layout plan, which is a necessary component before we shift gears to airport master planning. They recently hosted their annual Airport Discovery Day, which was a fun event. I brought my family to it. I saw some commissioners there and members of the public. Hugely successful, and they're working to bring back an air show event to the Carson Valley. The library has been doing monumental work to accomplish the goals outlined in their strategic plan, and I do commend library's leadership and the library board for all of their efforts. I just wanted to highlight that they partnered recently with 10 community organizations and also the Washoe Tribe to expand and enhance the services that they offer. Under the category of public art, I just wanted to mention that we have entered into an MOU with the Carson Valley Arts Council to implement the recommendations from our public art program, and that was one of our strategic objectives. Additionally, we're looking for opportunities to best leverage our county resources utilizing grant funding to further our public art goals to the best of our abilities. All right. And with that, Madam Chair, I will just note also in the packet is a 2-page report on the strategic plan that includes percent completion for each of the initiatives outlined in the strategic plan. I will tell you overall, we are on track and exceeding expectations, in my opinion, but I very much look forward to engaging with you on your expectations and your feedback on this presentation today. This is the first strategic planning update that I have provided to this board, so if you have suggestions on things you would like to see included in the future, please let me know. We will post this information on the county's website for individuals who want to reference it in the future on our strategic planning page. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to the Commission.
Questions? Commissioner Rice.
No question, but I would like to say that I am very, very impressed with what this county has done. When I moved here 30 some odd years ago, we got lucky. We landed in our opinion, the best GID in the state, in the best county in the state. We have such a diverse population and an aging population, and I had to throw that in there because I ain't getting any younger. But the services that this county provides our citizens is beyond anything I've ever seen anywhere else. And it's because of the dedication of many of the people sitting in this room that we are able to afford these programs, that we have been committed to these programs, and that we will continue to commit to improving these programs that makes this such a special place. Thank you, all of you, for what you do.
Commissioner Tolbert.
So just adding on to that, since I'm new to the board, and so now people come to me and say, hey, how about this? So as far as the terms of economic vitality, one of the things I would like to see is possibly defining our vision for what our downtown looks like. It was a question that was asked of me: is what is our vision with the new, 4 fast food joints opening up at the north end of the valley, and what is that going to do to our mom and pop shops? And what are we trying to do? What are we trying to accomplish? And how are we supporting our local business? Because honestly, local business is usually a hobby business. And how do we support that and make it easier for people to open their own businesses? So my personal opinion is I'd like to see if we could address that topic of what exactly is our vision for the businesses that are coming in. And I know that should hit on growth and all the things that people are hitting, talking about how we're growing so far and so much, when really that's a lot of the business that's growing out in the pre-planned development. So my 2 cents in adding into the strategic plan would be some kind of definition of what is our vision for our town moving forward in supporting our local businesses, as well as trying to, attracting the big businesses are great, but how are we supporting the people that are supporting the people that live here?
Good point. Commissioner Gardner?
I want to jump on or tack on to what Commissioner Rice said. Each month I have an opportunity at the Nevada Association of Counties meeting and to give a status report on the county. We have 17 counties that are involved in that, and so we are given an opportunity at the end of the meeting to report on progress or things that are going on, hot topics within our communities. And each month I when I give my report, I talk about the different things that we're doing within our county, and I can see drool falling out of the mouths of the other 16 commissioners that are in that meeting, you know, and asking me, how in the hell do you accomplish all that, you know? So hats off to our staff and our board and what we're accomplishing here in Douglas County. And all we're trying to do, once again, is meet the desires and needs of the community. And that's obviously our driving force. I can tell you also, I met with or happened to run into State Senator Dr. Robin Titus, and I say that pointedly, Dr. Robin Titus, because in the State Assembly she's no longer allowed to use her title of doctor, even though she is a health doctor. So I won't go into that, but it was interesting. She attended a meeting of the Douglas County Business Council approximately a month ago, I believe it was, and where you, Jennifer, and had other staff members attending. And she makes it a point of going around and visiting all the other counties, even beyond her assigned district. And she made a point of coming up to me and telling me that while she watched and witnessed that presentation, she said in a very large respect, we had what she would identify, and I'm not trying to comment on other boards and other counties, but she said and if they're watching, maybe they need to take a lesson here, because she said we had the best staff that she's ever run into. And so while we have our staff members here, I wanted to take the opportunity to state that to you and the other staff members. So thank you for what we're able to accomplish in our county.
Agree with all that. I do have a couple more things. I feel like this was a good format, a good way for us to be updated and made aware and provide input. So I like this. I don't know how often we want to do it, periodically. And that's great. I think the successes are phenomenal. I also do feel a sense of urgency on a couple of fronts. One is that I appreciate the open space we've been able to procure. My urgency is that we preserve our farms and our ranches. I know the TDR update or revisions and improvements are well underway. I just have to emphasize that is the number one of our people, is not just open space, but farms and ranches, and keep us looking like we look right now. I know that there's only so much that we can do to do that, but I do feel some urgency to do everything we can on that front. So the TDR program is very high up there, and whatever else we can do, I would like to see more conservation easements. That is a complex endeavor, and I don't know that there's a lot that the county can do right now on that, but I would support everything that can be done on that front. The second thing that I feel some urgency on is housing, and I know that we have a housing needs assessment. In the completion report, it says that it is 3.75% done. But well begun is half done, right? So are we well begun? I don't know. Housing is, I know that that it's a complex issue. The needs assessment is our start, right? So once we have a needs assessment, we can start working on it. So however we can expedite that is something that I feel a sense of urgency about. And other than those things, I feel like great progress, really great progress. Exciting time to be part of the county because we are making great strides And that's, that was all I had. Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, I just had one further comment, and that was that we, several years ago, identified the fact that while we were accomplishing aspects of our strategic plan, we weren't necessarily identifying, as things came before this board, of how that fit into our strategic plan. So when we sat down developing the new strategic plan, of course, we were able to go to, we looked at it and we said, oh my gosh, we checked that off, we checked that off, we checked that off, we checked that off. And so I appreciate the fact that you are, and the staff is, whenever something comes before us, that it actually does talk back to the strategic plan and talking about how we are checking those off as we go, as we progress as a county. Because that whole thing was a 5-year roadmap to what we want to see in 2030. And so as we go through this, if we can always, and you're doing a good job of that. So identifying back how we're actually achieving what the community, once again, gave us their vision of what they wanted to see us be in 5 years. So thank you for that process.
I believe we already had, Commissioner Tolbert.
So is this an opportunity to throw out our wish list
Yes.
as far as the, okay, so the other one, put to your point about preserving the ag, is the idea of possibly looking into what our regulations are on what we allow, especially knowing that some of the farming and ranching is not what it used to be, and they're having to do other things to get their things done, like Park having, using his slaughterhouse that he's using and incorporating in other things like farm to table, those kinds of things, maybe looking at specifically addressing how we can make it easier for ranch communities when they come up with creative ideas of how to enhance or bring the public out to their facilities, whether it be venues or something like that, that we address that opportunity for that community, because that's another potential, we could become the wedding capital of the world with the surroundings that we have and the barn opportunities and that kind of thing for people to do that. So that's one of the things that I also like to see in supporting our ag community, is also supporting their brainstorms and enabling them to do more with their property.
Excellent point.
I would mention to that end, Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony does have a bill before the state legislature this year regarding that particular thing right there. So, no, I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're in support of it.
I'm sure he got it from you somewhere along the line. Yeah. With that, we're going to go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this issue? Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. One of the things that I'm not real clear about, and I wish this could be a question and answer thing, is Title 20. Is that the growth ordinance for the valley, where we have a limited number of amount of growth? And I don't know the exact number. Is that part of this that's being changed, or is that being opened up? Because I've been told by some of you that you would never allow that to happen. So that's one question. Second question goes back one. I didn't make my comment then on risk. And one of the things was the communications between the board and staff was extremely important to lower the risk. I think there's one additional one that needs to be added to that, between the board, the staff, and the public. We don't always know what you're doing. Now, I'm here a lot of the times, but the 2 newsletters that I was listening about, I only knew about one of them, and I didn't know you had to subscribe to it. So I'd like to find out more so I could get on that list and get those. So if I didn't know about it, how many other people don't know about it out there? As far as getting the public to get together to get their information from them, like on the Performing Arts Center, nobody up in our neighborhood knew anything about it. Not even after it was in the paper, because most people don't take the Record Courier up there because it is so inaccurate most of the times. So I don't know what the method of getting that information out is, but I think that's something that you need to look at if you're going to get the community involvement going in. And that's, I don't want, another thing, I don't want the impression that I am replacing some of the crazies that have been before you before. I'm trying not to do that. So I want to be a little bit more respectful to you than that.
Too late.
Too late? Well, then I'll just let go then. And the staff, I do believe in the bits that I've worked with you, you've done a very good job. Putting these reports together are not an easy thing to do. Believe me, I know that. When I was at Disney and we were launching the Disney Channel, it was unbelievable the amount of things we had to do to justify putting that on the air when nobody else had done anything like that. And it was a brand new endeavor for Disney. That's a lot of work, and I congratulate you and your staff for getting all this stuff together. Whether we agree with every bit of it or not, that's irrelevant. You've done a heck of a job to do that. Everything. So, but my one question is on that growth. So, thank you.
Briefly.
So are we done with public comment? Because I wanted to address that question.
Kathy Lewis, for the record, my public comment is really quickly just a follow up on Commissioner Hale's question. We have a little over 3,500 people subscribed to Board Bus.
That's fantastic, and a 57% open rate is incredible. Thank you.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt public comment.
Is there any
Okay.
other public comment? Okay, public comment is closed.
So, Mr. Jackson, you asked two very important questions, and I'll try to address those. Hopefully, there's people in the room that can help me out if I miss up. But Title 20 is all of our building codes. It includes our VHR code and our growth management ordinance. Or is that separate? And separate, okay. Our growth management ordinance was put in place, I believe, in 2007. It limits the amount of houses or allocations that we can issue on an annual basis. And there's a specific part of that, so it's not Title 20, right? But there is a specific clause in that, Mr. Jackson, that requires any changes to that particular code have to go to a vote of the people. Cannot be done by this board. Okay, so two different animals. Okay, but I appreciate the question because it's important that we get that out to the public. Yep. Okay. Yep. I agree.
And with that, I think it says for possible action so that we have the option if we wanted to take formal action to direct staff on any point of this. We don't need to do that. I feel like some of us have given some direction and that's adequate. Yes. Does anyone have any? Commissioner Rice.
My suggestion would be do what you keep on doing.
Good. With that, we'll move on. Agenda item 6 for possible action, discussion to accept. Let me see. A 5-minute break. 5-minute break. It's 2:52. We'll reconvene at 2:57. All right, we're going to reconvene in 1 minute. All right, we are on agenda item 6 for possible action, discussion to 1, accept $253,959 to the China Spring Youth Camp from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Fund for Resilient Nevada. Authorize Director Jessica Stocking to sign any required documents. And 2, adopt Resolution 2025R-021, augmenting the Department 242 fiscal year 24-25 budget in the amount of the award. The award period is December 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025. Jessica Stocking, Director of China Spring Youth Camp, and a very patient person for waiting a long time for this agenda item. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jessica Stocking, for the record, China Spring Youth Camp Director. So I'm really excited to be in front of you guys today to talk to you about the opioid funding that China Spring Youth Camp applied for and is receiving. This will allow me to enhance the current programming that we have with the youth, and we'll be able to hire another licensed clinical social worker, an alcohol and drug counselor, and a case manager. All of those positions are very important for our youth. Our case manager's specific focus is to be a liaison between the families and the youth and with the probation officers and help the families really navigate their youth's time in camp. Our licensed drug and alcohol counselors, a lot of our youth come into us with significant issues related to drug and alcohol, and this will provide us the funding to enhance those services that the youth already receive. And my goal is to really engage the parents throughout this process in a more effective way with this new position. And then we have our licensed clinical social worker who will really be able to work on the mental health piece with a lot of our youth that come into camp, as well as really enhance, again, our parent support through that process, through that new position. So like I said, these new roles are will help camp grow in the way that it needs to grow and will help support the youth in a more holistic approach. So I'm really excited to be given the opportunity to hire for these positions and see how effective they can be at camp and enhance the services that we're already doing for these youth. So it's a pretty quick presentation about the opioid funding. Do you guys have any questions in regards to how it'll be used in camp?
Questions? Commissioner Gardner?
Well, the statement I'll make, Ms. Stocking, is this possibility or this opportunity was first identified to me, once again, through my connections with the NACO organization and our Health and Human Services program manager for NACO talked to us commissioners about the opportunity to do this. And so I certainly am glad that we have taken that opportunity. I'm just hopeful that that opportunity won't go away. I know this is until June 30th of this year, and so I'm hopeful that the state will extend that process into the 26 fiscal year. Do you have any insight into that?
So the grant is a 3-year grant, so we are approved for 3 years. So this piece and this money that is being requested this time is up until June of 2025, but that will continue till 2027. Yeah. I know, I'm excited.
This is an action item. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner
Madam
Rice?
Chair, in my former life, I was with a police department that was very progressive before that became a bad word. And we're not going to go there. But one of the things that we did was we recognized that the future of our country depended upon the youth of our country, and they weren't doing so well. And our youth services unit was the first one this side of, I believe, Phoenix, Arizona had one at the same time, and I'm sure you're familiar with the history of all that. And I am delighted to see that not only will China Springs continue to exist, but hopefully it will thrive. And in doing so, the youth of our state, I won't say most of which come from the South, but that's all right. I'm not biased at all. Anyway, I'm so glad to see that this program is being funded and that you'll be able to expand your services to the youth. And thank you for what you do.
I'll make a
Commissioner Gardner.
Well, are we ready for a motion? Yes. Okay. I move to accept a $253,959 grant to the China Spring Youth Camp from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Fund for a Resilient Nevada, and authorize Director Jessica Stocking to sign any required documents, and 2, to adopt Resolution 2025R-021, augmenting the Department 242 fiscal year 24-25 budget in the amount of the award. The award
Second.
period is December 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, and I guess we have a second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Agenda item 7 for possible action, discussion to approve the addition of 3 full-time equivalent positions at the China Spring Youth Camp for fiscal year 24-25. 1 substance abuse counselor, pay grade 200, that is $31.13 to $43.57 per hour. 1 youth services case manager, grade 200, which is $31.13 to $43.57 per hour, and 1 licensed clinical social worker, pay grade 205, which is $43.73 to $64.02 per hour. The jobs are funded until June 30, 2025 through a grant award to be accepted in a separate agenda item. Director Jessica Stocking.
So Jessica Stocking for the record, those are the positions that I talked about in the earlier agenda item that will help support the opioid initiative at China Spring Youth Camp.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I just want to compliment you on how well you present. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rice.
I move that we approve the addition of 3 full-time positions at China Springs Youth Camp for FY 2024 through 2025 as presented.
Second.
It's moved by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Agenda item 8. Thank you. For possible action, discussion to 1, approve a purchase and sale agreement for real property with Mahalo NV LLC for Douglas County's acquisition of the Carson Valley Cinemas facility located at 1760 U.S. Highway 395 North, number 4700, Minden, Nevada, as a local theater, and Douglas County Cultural Performing Arts Community Center for a purchase price of $2.9 million, plus transaction costs estimated not to exceed $10,000. 2, authorize the county manager to sign the purchase and sale agreement for real property and all other documents necessary for the purchase transaction. And 3, authorize the Community Services Department to augment the room tax budget in the amount of $25,000 for the earnest money deposit required under the purchase and sale agreement for real property. Community Services Director, Brooke 80.
Hi, good afternoon. Brooke 80, Community Services Director. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring this item before you again. Just as a reminder for people that are watching, we were here 2 weeks ago with a pretty similar presentation. I'm not going to go into as much detail as I did last time, just really provide an overview. But at the last meeting, the Community Services Department was authorized to negotiate the purchase of the cinema building and to go forward and get an appraisal. And so we have had that done. And so we are here to seek approval on that. So again, just as a reminder, it is the Ironwood Shopping Center movie theater. It is being we are seeking approval to purchase the facility for $2.9 million, which is about $109 per square feet, and the total building is about 26,700 square feet. It is located off of Highway 395, north of Douglas High School, in the same parking lot as Dairy Queen, across from McDonald's. Kelly Bland, who is the owner of the building, is here today, and he's going to talk a little bit more and provide some information about why he's selling the building. If you guys have any additional questions, he's happy to answer them too. Kelly, would you like to come forward?
Welcome, Mr. Bland. Thank you for being here. If you don't live here, you might want to think about moving. I mean,
Would you like me to answer those questions on the screen? Or did you have any specific?
I think you answered them last time you were here, so maybe I'll ask the commissioners. Do you have any questions?
I do. I'm just going to ask questions from people that have emailed me and have asked me these questions that I don't know. What other potential buyers do you have if we don't go forward?
We do not have any buyers at this point in time.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it?
Well, yep.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Any
Good.
other questions for me?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just as a recap, he's been the owner of the property since 2015, and Kelly wasn't the one who initially reached out to us at the county to see if there was an interest in a use for the space for this, which sent us down this path, and that was about in November. So as a reminder, we have been moving at this at a very quick speed, and we've been working really hard to put all of the pieces together to bring before what we have for you today. So again, just as a reminder, the concept of this cultural and performing arts facility is not new. It's appeared in multiple plans going back to 2013. All of these plans were approved before the Board of County Commissioners and did receive input from the public. So therefore solidifying the fact that, the public this is something that the public would like to see. Our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, talked about the Douglas County Strategic Plan earlier today. It does appear in there, as well as the Douglas County Master Plan, the Minden and Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity, and then the Douglas County Valley Vision.
Can I just interject? This is exactly why we put things on our wish list, as we were talking about this morning, is because sometimes opportunities, stars align, and you can make things happen if you dream big. So I think it's great.
In November of 2024, prior to this project, this facility being brought to our attention, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board met to discuss their annual capital improvement plan, project planning, prioritizing list. This was named #1 priority based on that list. And then in January of 2025, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board had a special meeting at the movie theater where we had over 70 people turn out. And they then again voted this to move forward as a priority. So this proposal does have broad support amongst the various art and culture related community groups as it was presented before the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. And I think that we've seen that as we've gone through the process, the feedback that we've been getting from community groups and individuals who support this. Again, here are some conceptual drawings of what the space could be. When we were reached out by the building owner, Kelly, we did a tour of the facility and we thought, could this be some type of performing arts center? And we reached out to an architect who donated his time and he was able to put some conceptual drawings. If this purchase is approved, then we will go through a formal planning process. We'll have a contract with an architect, and we will have several public engagement opportunities to seek feedback on what it is that the community would like to see and how can the space best be made to fit their needs. So again, where's the money coming from? There have been many discussions about where the money is coming from, and it is being purchased at a discounted price using the restricted room tax reserves. I talked a lot about this at the last meeting. We were able to grow our reserve account in large part based on the COVID pandemic. When COVID happened, everything shut down. We laid off staff, we furloughed staff, we essentially stopped operating any programs. When the governor reopened the casinos, people came to Tahoe in floods and they saw room tax records at that point in time. So the acquisition price is $2.9 million. It's estimated to be about $10,000 in closing cost. And the appraisal, which is included in the packet, shows that the building is appraised at $3.2 million. And that is just for the building and the property. What is going along with the purchase is all of the movie theater equipment, all of the projectors, the screens, the seats, all of the concession equipment and everything like that as well. So just to talk a little bit about the room tax, the reserve funds is a dedicated portion of the room tax reserves. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The dedicated portion of these reserve funds in excess of $5 million was collected for these one-time recreational projects. So I said multiple times last time, and I'll just reiterate it now, these are one-time funds for a one-time project. These funds were collected for recreational projects. The room tax is generated by visitors staying at hotels and VHRs in Douglas County. 13 cents is collected at the Valley, and 14 cents is collected at the lake. We've had some discussion about conceptual ownership, so the county will own and manage the fixed asset, which is the building. We'll oversee capital maintenance projects that exceed $5,000. The county will be responsible for the common area maintenance costs, which are also referred to as the CAMs. Those are about $2,300 a month, which totals to about $27,000 annually. We would also set aside a $20,000 major maintenance and repair budget for a total estimated impact on the room tax of $47,000. All of the other costs to operate the building is the responsibility of the nonprofit. So that's the power, water, sewer, anything that they're buying for the concession stand and so forth. So the Douglas County Community Services Department will not operate a movie theater. I think I really emphasized that during the last presentation. I want to emphasize it again. We are not operating a movie theater. We will be going into an operating agreement with a nonprofit organization who will then be operating the movie theater. The movie theater will be in operation as a movie theater for the next year for sure. If not 5 years, we're still quite a ways off from being able to do a lot of the modifications that are necessary to fully realize the vision of having a cultural and performing arts center. We'll establish a new performing arts advisory board that will then make recommendations to art and culture programming in the community. And this will be operated much like the Dangberg Home Ranch. Right now, the county owns the fixed asset, so the Dangberg Home Ranch, and it's operated by a nonprofit organization. All of the grants, the fundraising, all of the fees that are collected, they go right back into the building and into programs that they have out there. This theater would operate the same as that. So our number one goal is to have a cultural and performing arts community center. So purchasing this theater gives us the best opportunity for success in achieving all of these counties' goals and objectives. There's going to be a transition period, which I just spoke to a little bit, from a full-time movie theater to a cultural and performing arts community center. So during this transition, the movie theater will be a source of revenue for the nonprofit organization that is going to be operating it. All of the funds collected as they're operating as a movie theater will then go back into the movie theater to help support that and cultural and performing arts programming. The nonprofit art organization will be responsible for operating the Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center that's going to serve Douglas County residents and guests. The nonprofit will operate the facility on behalf of Douglas County. All the net proceeds will go right back into the facility for the nonprofit organization to continue to operate and support art and culture programs. During the last meeting, there was a request to do an open recruitment for art organizations in the community. A lot of the conversations had been had with the Carson Valley Art Council, and so that is what we did. We reached out to the community. We did a notice for request. We reached out through social media. We posted on all of our websites. We actually reached out individually to 6 different organizations that we were aware of to say, hey, we have this opportunity. Is this something that you're interested in? We had 2 responses. One was an individual from South Lake Tahoe who did not meet the criteria. The other entity was the Carson Valley Arts Council. So that was a really great exercise and an opportunity for us to be able to engage with any other community organizations to see if they have interest and to start that dialogue. So the Carson Valley Arts Council has been selected as our nonprofit organization. We have Brian Fitzgerald here. If you guys have any questions for him, he can come up. Just to reiterate, the Carson Valley Arts Council has been around for 20 years. In 2012, they were designated as the local art agency in Douglas County, and they've been federally recognized by the National Endowment of the Arts. So they have a longstanding history of providing art and culture activities in this community. Brian?
Good afternoon, Brian Fitzgerald, President, Carson Valley Arts Council. So yes, since our last meeting, February 6th, not a lot has changed since then other than the request for proposals, and we submitted our interest in this project, went through that process. I did have a board meeting on Monday with the Carson Valley Arts Council Board of Directors, and we officially got the authorization for what I think is on the next slide is the $250,000 that the county is requesting of the nonprofit organization to bring forward to this project. And also I just want to mention that, you know, the Arts Council is growing with this project. You know, I've already added a couple of, I think 2 new board members since this opportunity was presented to us. And so we're seeing interest in the art community and people wanting to get involved. And I do see, you know, that people perceived us as, you know, you have an existing board and staff and mostly volunteer organization. How are you going to manage this additional responsibility? Well, we are growing with this, and I have every intention of continuing to grow the board and potentially even get some hired staff. And part of what also was discussed at my board meeting was the talk of giving me authorization to negotiate with the existing movie theater operators for that transition period that will likely be at least a year, and working with the existing staff over there. And so as Director Ady mentioned, you know, the Copeland property, it is an asset for us. We actually make money with that building, and that the proceeds that have come from that operation have allowed us to do a lot of the arts programming that I believe I mentioned two weeks ago to you all. Yeah, we have an alternative vision now for the Copeland, but by maintaining it within our possession, we believe it's going to allow us to continue to generate some funds for us, and it will not be a competing interest. I believe that has been a question or a concern about the responsibility of the Arts Council now being part of the operational agreement with the new movie complex. The Copeland will have no impact on that responsibility. The Copeland will stand on its own. It has for years. And any alternative use that we eventually proceed with at that facility will need to stand on its own as well. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I think we pretty well beat this horse last time we were talking about it. And I see that Mr. Morgan has entered the building. Did you have anything you wanted to say about this? No?
Yeah, there's a little bit more. Yep. And so the Community Services Foundation and the Carson Valley Arts Council are both committing to bringing $250,000 to this project for immediate improvements towards the end of fiscal year 25-26. And so for any future improvements to the building, that will be either through fundraising or grants and things like that. The funds that we have right now are just for some immediate phase 1 improvements. Lots of opportunities. We've talked about many opportunities that we have within the community and how it does meet many of the planning documents, goals and objectives. Again, here's our timeline. Our timeline's gotten a little skewed, I think, but from where we've been until now. But we have had several presentations, and I think what's really important now is that, you know, if the board approves the purchase of the building, then starting in August, we'll start looking at engaging with some architects to start doing some phased improvements. And then in January of 2026 is when we would like to establish the Art Advisory Board.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have
Commissioner
some questions,
Tarkanian.
and I want to start off by saying these are questions I'm getting from constituents, and I'm in favor of the project. So when I ask these questions and they maybe get a little rude or tough, please don't take it personally. You know how much I love you. Okay, first of all, how did you come to the $2.9 million valuation?
We had a meeting with Kelly Bland, who is the property owner, and had talked about his initial purchase price. And we had some negotiation at that point to say, what is a dollar amount that fits within the budget of the reserves that we have? And that's how we came to that price.
Okay, so first, I don't think you should make a purchase based upon what reserves you have left. You should get the best deal possible for the county. And I'm not saying this isn't, I wasn't a part of these negotiations. But when you start off the conversation by saying this was a discounted price because it's not what the fair market value of the appraiser said, well, that isn't how you actually determine a price. It's based upon how quickly the person needs to sell, what other interests are out there, other people interested in out there. That's why I asked the question, was anybody else bidding against you? How did you come by this number? I've had a number of constituents email me and say that they think that the price was too high for an area that's not doing so well within in a project, the movie theater not doing so well. Listen, I don't know. I haven't been involved in it. I will take your word for it, but it's a concern some of the constituents had. Second thing they said was how's the county going to pay for the needed capital improvements that they feel will have to be done to get this into your final stages of conversion. Now, the first $500,000 is going to go to the Arts Council. Some of the people that have emailed me thinks this is going to be millions of dollars in capital improvements, and how's the county going to come up with that?
Brooke 80 Community Services Director. The phase 2 and 3 improvements, you are correct. We're looking upwards of several millions of dollars. I don't think we'll have a firm price on how much those things are going to cost until we start engaging with an architect and we really look at what the community wants, and then we can sort of determine what the cost is going to be. There are several opportunities that open up to us once we have a facility like this. There are lots of grant opportunities for public-private nonprofit partnerships. There's lots of USDA grant funds that are available. So we would seek funding opportunities through grants. We would have a fundraising opportunity, and then we would incorporate this facility into our capital improvement planning process, just like we do with all of our other facilities that we have. Each year we meet with our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. We look at what capital projects we would like to prioritize for years as we move forward. And what Commissioner Gardner had mentioned earlier when we're talking about our capital improvement plan, just by having it on the list, it helps provide opportunities for us as funding becomes available in the future. So this is something that would be incorporated into that process that we would address annually.
So when you talk about the capital improvement funds, you're talking about the same type of funds you're taking the money out of now. So it'd be the same restricted funds, but it would take away from, say, other projects that were in Parks and Rec. So let me ask you something. You said that this is like the Danberg project, and one of the things I've been getting the most emails from, or I guess maybe the most agitated emails from, is why don't you let a for-profit group run a cultural center. Why is the county get involved in this? But you're saying it's similar to Danburg. How much does the county provide to Danburg each year?
Well, the Brook 80 Community Services Director, the Dangberg Home Ranch is operated by a nonprofit organization. So all of the funds that they raise through grants, fundraising, and all of their events goes back into supporting their operation. We set aside some major maintenance and repair funds each year to help maintain the site. It's a historical building, so it's very costly to maintain and to do projects on. So in the past few years, and while budget is available, we tend to allocate about $100,000 a year to the Dangberg Home Ranch improvements. So it is a historic building, so whenever you want to do anything there, it costs a lot more than it would in one of our newer buildings.
And this one's going to be $47,000 a year is what you've estimated as an upkeep.
That's what we're looking as being our operating budget.
Okay, and then this isn't for, now we talked about this in our meeting, and I didn't quite get a clear understanding on it, but this isn't for these big concert, events where people are paying $20 or $40 a ticket to go into and $20 for a beer. What you're talking about community type of programs, more so with the younger kids and people within the community as opposed to bringing in outside talent, is that correct?
Brook 80 Community Services Director, there are a lot of opportunities for this site. Our main focus is providing a place for our community theater and dance organizations to be able to come and perform, providing a space for our high school orchestra and band for them having a place to come and perform. But the Carson Valley Arts Council currently does a concert series where they bring in outside performers to come. This space could be used where those performers would still come. What we're not looking at doing is competing with TJ's Corral or the Tahoe Blues Center, where they're bringing in these big name headlining bands where they're charging, $20 for drinks and $200 for tickets. That's not what we're looking at for this site. It is primary focus is community.
Okay, and last question. What year did Douglas County designate the Arts Council as its local arts agency? I didn't quite hear that one.
2012.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I didn't see any of the lights go on, so I'll go ahead and talk. So I do know that in our previous budget, I believe it was the 23-24 budget, we budgeted community services in our capital improvement project, a feasibility study for a $50,000 to look into the feasibility of a performing arts center. Am I correct in that date?
Yes, that is correct, when the funds were allocated and then we finished it last year.
And as I understand the results that came back, and what they were primarily looking at that time was whether or not the community was, whether or not the feasibility was a ground-up facility, brand new facility, or renovation of the Copeland building, as I remember the Parks and Recreation Commission looking at. Okay. I think it's important for the public to understand that I served on the Parks and Recreation Commission previously to January of this year. And so when these discussions all came before that commission, I recused myself from those discussions. I was just a listener for that because I knew that eventually one thing or another was going to come to this board. And so I did recuse myself from that. But I think when we looked at that, when the Parks and Recreation Commission looked at that, the Copeland building was financially, although they settled on the Copeland building as being the most feasible process, they still were looking at a substantial amount of money, above $5 million, as I recall, if not more than that. And so that's why they studied on that or settled on that versus a ground-up facility, because that was even going to be more astronomically. First of all, you have to acquire the land, and then you have to go to an architect, and then trying to do that was so this and then this opportunity came before us in I think it was mid-November of last year, I think, is when it first popped its head up. So I do know that the Parks and Recreation Committee did put the CIP for the Copeland Center on their radar, and that was their number one priority. So anyways, so I appreciate that. We are not, so the question here on this value of conclusion of 3.2 million without the physical assets in the building, we don't have to pay that, right? Just because it's assessed at that, we're not required to pay that.
I got to say this, hold on.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Jackson. The record courier is wrong a lot of times.
Yeah, because that was a question that was proposed earlier, is that we would have to pay 3.2 because that's what we assess, but it's not, right? We're not required to pay 3.2. We could negotiate the 2.9, or we could even possibly, well, I guess we don't have that on the agenda today to even pay less, but anyways, I had a question that I had written down, but I scratched it out because it got answered by another commissioner. All the revenue, or you did it in your presentation, all revenue generated will go back into the building, okay? Because I know that that's some concerns of the residents also. As I understand it, we're not on the hook for improvements out of the general fund. Is that because when this first came to me, as an individual, that was the very first question I asked is, where are you getting the money? Right, Mr. Morgan? Where are you getting the money? And when you told me about the reserves, then that cleared that up, because I know we don't have any money in the general fund. And we have some other priorities for the general fund when we do have money available there. So you're going to shake your head yes, but you're going to answer me on that.
Yes.
I want it on the record that
Burke 80 Community Services Director. This project is being proposed to be funded and supported by room tax, through grants, through donations and things like that. If there was a decision to use general fund, that would be a policy decision from the board. That is not something that we are asking for, but that's the way that we're proposing this is to be funded through the room tax.
I would think, when we had the vision of the Copeland, without being, it's hard to take somebody into the Copeland and say, here's our vision of what we'd like to accomplish, and then get them private entities and donors, right? I mean, we've done that before, right, Brian? So, and it's hard to see that vision, but this project might be something that we could actually physically walk them into, show them what we want to do, show them with the vision, and perhaps get private donations also to help us with that, process. I think my final question is Commissioner Tarkanian he always says his final question. Hopefully this is my final question. We have currently a Carson Valley Arts Council, and I know that they basically determine their own membership, except that we assign one of our board members, I believe it's Commissioner Hales, to that board, okay? But now you're talking about the creation of a Performing Arts Advisory Board. That would be a new board that this board would then make appointments to, is that correct? And it would be separate from the Carson Valley Arts Council, is that? I needed to get some clarification on that one.
So can I interject?
Yep.
That would be, for the first time, a county board. We send a representative to the Carson Valley Arts Council. It's not our board. What you're proposing is like we have a library board, parks board. We would have, am I right? Yes. Yeah.
Yep. That's why I asked the question. Burke 80 Community Services Director. That is correct. This would be the first time that there would be a Cultural and Performing Arts Advisory Board that is specific to these activities. I think that there are still some details to be worked out about the board, but what is being proposed is that the board is filled with members of the community that would have an interest in these types of activities, representation from each one of the organizations or like dance, theater, to be able to come and participate and help with, programming and capital improvement projects as they move forward.
But that board then would not be the board that we do an MOU with for the operations. Is that it's separate and distinct responsibilities.
Yes, that is correct. The county would have an operating agreement with a nonprofit organization who's going to operate the Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center. The Cultural and Performing Arts Advisory Board that is established by the county will not be the oversight of the operations of the facility or the operating agreement. That will still be a relationship between the nonprofit organization and the county. This group will be tasked with art and culture programs throughout the community and capital, improvement projects for the actual facility.
Would that, I'm sorry, I did have another question then. Would that take that responsibility away? Parks and Rec doesn't oversee that, so it would be a separate, you're indicating a different board.
Yep. Until this new board would be established, all of these things would go before the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. This board would be a separate entity. They would be over culture and performing arts programming, still be under the Community Services Department for us to be able to provide the administrative support like we do for the other board.
No further questions.
All right. With that, we'll go to public comment. Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. I go back to my original question, and I still don't get a clear answer for it. I still see where we could be on the hook at some point for these improvements. We're investing a lot of money into this endeavor, 2.9 million to buy it, and how many millions to improve it to that point. Then we're turning it over to the local art council to run, and whatever money they make off of it, they keep. What is our ROI on it? Do we get any return on our investment? Or do we just write that off? And will it be guaranteed? Now you say that you're going to go out and you're going to get grants and all that. I said this earlier, look at what the federal government is doing. Grants are not going to be coming very easy anymore. They're cutting all that stuff off. So private donations, that's one way to get it. What I don't want to see happen, and I hope you don't want to see it happen either, is a year or two down the line, all of a sudden, we haven't been able to improve it to get to this, so we need some money from the county. Can you guarantee that you will not do that? You will not pull money out of the general fund when we have all these other expenses that the county needs to have done? This is a vanity project. It's a nice project. I think it's something that the county can use and will look at and enjoy. But I think it's an awful expensive project too. So I think you need to consider those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I was just
Ms. Duda.
Julie Duda. I just want to get a few clarifications. I don't know the source of the augment for the earnest money, and I would like to also reiterate what Mr. Jackson has asked about the source of the funding for the extended modifications. Another clarification, it was stated today that the funds are restricted to recreational purposes. However, 2 weeks ago, we did hear from the Assistant District Attorney that indicated there were 3 areas that could use this money, including economic vitality and airport. And other clarifications would be on the estimate of the operation expenses. We have estimates, but I didn't see any documentation or detail to back that up. I was looking at the sales agreement. The appraisals only include one appraisal from Douglas County. There are 3 appraisals, comparisons from Reno and 2 from Carson City. So I was wondering, there's nothing on the appraisals from Minden. And on item number 4, there is, the buyer can do inspections and cancel the deal at buyer's discretion. And then in the same paragraph, it's the buyer shall purchase the property in as is condition, subject to all faults. So I guess that would be a few clarifications that I'm looking for. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Duda. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, back to the board. Commissioner Tarkanian.
With respect to your comments about the comparisons in Reno and Carson City, you have to, when an appraiser does it, they compare like type projects and buildings, and there's probably not another one that was similar to the theater here in Minden. That's why they went further out. But I would like to say, you know, my wife never listens to anything I say either, so I don't hold that against you, Mr. Jackson. But we can promise you that the money will not be taken from the general fund. I'd asked Brooke, I'm just going to call you Brooke, if there was additional capital improvements, where is it going to come from? And it's going to come from the same restricted fund, which is for the Parks and Rec fund from the TOT tax.
Commissioner Tolbert.
Oops, wrong button. So I think I was the one dragging my feet last time. And I think you're right, Mr. Jackson, as far as the money, where is it going to be? And to some degree, this is a leap of faith. And I'm going to use the previous gentleman's his analogy of trust. And so in my lifetime of working in this area, I started a basketball academy, and I wanted to run a league. And the first thing that happened was the recreation department pulled me in, and we ran it up at Kale. So that was trust built years and years ago. Then later in my life, I ended up working at the Washoe Tribe as the recreation director. Mr. Fitzgerald had me in his office, helping me with what it was that I could do for another community in another area. So that was more trust generated. The community center that's built now was short funding, and the community and the recreation department gained that money, sold bricks, they did all kinds of things. So more trust generated. So if there was any group that I would trust with a project like this, given that they've demonstrated that they can do it and that they have the ability and the know-how, our community services department, I would go on a sword for them, and I'm going to possibly risking, my was it political courage to move forward with this, and I will risk my political capital on the backs of this community services department. And knowing Brian and what he's worked on too, I feel horrible about how we went about it last week, but I feel like it was the right thing to do, to go out and and make sure that there wasn't somebody else out there. But if this is a leap of faith, I don't think I'd have a better group to put my faith in than this group. And so that's where I'm placing my value in this. I've been a supporter and advocate for getting this community center for a long time, for an auditorium. I've survived without it, and I don't say the detriment, but my kids did without it. But hopefully the next group of musicians and band members and thespians will have that opportunity. So that's where I'm lying on this, and where my justification in having support of this measure lies. And I hope that's recognized or understood.
Thank you. Well stated. Other comments? No. Other comments? Commissioner Rice?
I have great faith in this community. I have great faith in this county. I have been in many places, and I've seen many political organizations, most of which, what was it that the man said? I wouldn't join any organization that would have me as a member. Well, I am damn proud to be a member of this organization and this community and the forward-thinking people in this community. I'm all for it.
I'll weigh in. I really appreciate what has been said. And there is a proven track record of the Community Services Department managing extremely well without taking funds from other sources. And I appreciate that. Essentially what we're doing here is buying a building that our community for decades has told us they want and need, buying it under appraised value with funds that largely come from out-of-towners. What is there not to love about this? I'm very pleased. And partnering with an arts council that has proven itself over decades to be trustworthy and delivering on the promises that it has made to the community. So I'm very pleased with this project. Commissioner Gardner.
So I see no other opportunity to accomplish this task other than this in a reasonable amount of time. We can continue to have visions that are long range, and the visions are great, but they don't come to fruition, then they mean nothing. And so our community has expressed an interest in this, and I was flabbergasted when this opportunity came before us, but I think I've asked the appropriate questions and gotten the appropriate assurances. And so I would suggest Mr. Tolbert indicated, I thought he was going to make a motion earlier, so I'll let him make the motion now. We need to get you on the record.
All right. So, Madam Chair, I recommend that we approve the purchase and sale agreement for real property with Mahalo Nevada LLC for Douglas County's acquisition of the Carson Valley Cinemas facility located at 1760 US Highway 395 North, number 4700, Minden, Nevada, for $2.9 million plus transaction costs estimated not to exceed $10,000 as presented, and further authorize the county manager to sign the purchase and sale agreement for real property and all other documents necessary for the purchase. Authorize the Community Services Department to augment the room tax budget in the amount of $25,000 for the earnest money deposit required under the purchase and sale agreement for real property.
I will second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Carries unanimously. Celebration. Good stuff. All right. Congratulations. Excellent. All right. Excellent. Agenda item 9 for possible action, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislative or legislative issues proposed by legislators or other entities permitted to submit bill draft requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislative item included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker report included with the board packet. Douglas County Manager Jennifer Davidson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I will be brief. The updated bill tracking list is included in your packet beginning on packet page 1265. At this time, we are not seeking any formal direction from the County Commission on any specific bill that's listed on that list. If we do need direction, we will be bringing specific bills back to this board for discussion, and they'll be listed in the title of this agenda so the public will know we'll be discussing them. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to the Commission regarding any priorities or feedback that you have related to the current bill tracking list. Thank you.
Commissioners? Commissioner Gardner.
I was waiting for others to chime in here. I'm gonna talk to some specific bills, Ms. Davidson, and address first of all AB 14. AB 14 is a bill that's being brought forward by the Nevada Association of Counties. During this last, and I inspired that along with Commissioner Stacy Giommi out of Carson City. What it does is it adds the requirements to be eligible for select public offices that a person would be registered to vote in Nevada. We noticed a gap in our, about a year ago, maybe a little bit earlier than a year ago, where in order to run for county commissioner, an individual had to be a qualified elector, but did not have to be a registered voter. Qualified elector means that you must be able to register, but not necessarily register. And when we looked at that in Nevada revised statutes, we discovered that in order to run for a GID position in Nevada revised statutes, you not only had to be a qualified elector, but also a registered voter. But somehow that got left out when they were doing that for county commissioners. So all this is an attempt to make those compatible, that an individual running for county commissioner and other elected officers not only need to be qualified to register to vote, but also be physically registered to vote.
I just want to say, I suggest anybody who's running for office register to vote, because I know I need the votes. I voted for myself every time. My phone never got my vote.
So anyways, this one has been heard. It's being, obviously it was brought forward by NACO, and so I would ask that at some point in time, at the appropriate time, that this board take a look at taking a favorable action in that regard. But I know that we can't do that today until they're identified specifically for the public. Otherwise, it's an OML, okay? The other one that I think that we seriously need to take a look at is Senate Bill 100. And Senate Bill 100 allows the state Secretary of State to step into and more involvement in elections, okay, beyond what I perceive as their jurisdiction. And in that regard, it's always been the county's responsibility to run elections. And this gives an intrusion by our Secretary of State to become involved in our county elections. And so I find that troublesome, and I would suggest that we take a look at also taking a look at possibly opposing that as a board. I guess I should have prefaced my comments by saying that I appreciate we have engaged with Lindsay Knox of McDonald Carano to be our legislative lobbyist, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate what she's brought forward to us so far. And as we go through this, I know that we're going to have more recommendations from her, and I would hope so. But I know it's too early really in the legislative session probably to us to take positions, and I would like to have that conversation with Lindsay before we do take a position, to making sure that we're not adversely affecting our abilities. I know in some cases legislators, whether they be senators or assembly persons, perhaps have brought bills that we could support, and others that we don't want to support. And so I don't want to risk offending them on ones that we can't, and risk the ones that we can. So, anyways, so those are some specific ones that I would like to see us take a look at, and as we go through this. So once again, I appreciate this report, and we'll sit down later on and ask and meet, I hope, with Lindsay and get some better direction. But I know that there's approximately, right now, I understand somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,100 bills. I don't know how they come up with that number. I mean, it seems extremely excessive. And hopefully a lot of those will not make it to the floor. So I'll leave my discussion at that. Okay.
Any other comments? All right. This is for possible actions.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was one other.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. There was another one. during the last session, there was a bill that is being brought forward by Senator Daley regarding the requirement for Washoe and Story County and Carson City and us and Lyon County to work together on regional planning. And we, our previous county manager, Patrick Cates, asked us to not support that, to oppose that. And so that's an action that we took as a board last session. And I would hope that we would take a look at, once again, opposing that particular one as well. So that's the only other, and I don't have that number off the top of my head right now. I'm sorry.
Anyone else have comments on this? All right. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, do you see a need for any action by the board? All right, then this agenda item is concluded. Agenda item 10 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. My rule of thumb is if it's 4 o'clock or later, I don't say anything on this agenda item, but you're welcome to.
Is this part of the onboarding?
Commissioner Tolbert. Commissioner Gardner, did you want to say anything? No? Oh, I thought I saw you going free. Commissioner Rice.
Always.
Okay. One of my favorite, excuse me, one of my favorite boards that I sit on is the Douglas County Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority. And I'm happy to report that yes, it does run downhill. And without being too facetious, the Ike Bailey came in with our inquest. I'm sorry, our looking at our records, and the sewer authority is in very good shape for the shape that we're in. And
there's a lot of jokes that can
oh, my wife knows them all, trust me. Anyway, I also attended the TDVA board meeting as well as the LTVA board meeting, and they also have had their audits done, and they passed with flying colors. So I thought I'd pass that on.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, just a couple of things. Number one, I did mention it earlier, Commissioner Tolbert and myself and Commissioner Hales will be attending the NACO Legislative Conference starting on the 1st of March in Washington, D.C., and be meeting with our congressional delegations then to hopefully advance this lands bill. Hopefully we can get that finalized this year in this Congress. So I think we're looking forward to that. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I hope I'm not stealing her thunder, but I was going to mention that next Thursday, the 27th, is a public meeting, 4 to 6:30 at the community center in the senior dining hall, senior dinner, in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce regarding the state of the county. Is that right? So you may want to emphasize that even more if you have a report, but I just wanted to not forget that that's a public session. Will it be open to, and I've been asked this question, will it be open to questions and answers?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Yes, I do anticipate a period for questions and answers.
Other than that, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 10 for, oh wait, that's it, closing public comment. Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. First, I want to thank you for putting up with most of us that come up here on a regular basis. I know sometimes you don't appreciate what we have to say. Well, sometimes we don't appreciate what you have to say. So we're even on that course. One of the things that I think would be very helpful, speaking for myself, is we get up here and we ask you questions and we don't get a response. So we go back and we sit down and our question wasn't answered and we go on and whatever the item was is either passed or put forward or something like that. And the question still isn't answered. I think sometimes a lot of the anxiety and a lot of the pessimism that we have out here would go away if those questions were answered. Like when I asked the question on the growth ordinance, part of Title 20, and you answered it. It's a done deal now. I'm not worried about that anymore, and I can tell all my neighbors that were worried about that, you don't need to be worried, because here's the way it was answered. But when it just goes on and we don't get an answer for anything, then we look at it as, what are they hiding? Are they really going to do something different than what we're saying? And I think, Commissioner Talbert, you were one that said communications is extremely important with the community, and it is. It's very important. And I think that needs to be worked on just a little bit. Politics is a blood sport. Why you guys get involved in it, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in it. And it's only going to get worse in the next few weeks. But I still think that the community would be behind you a lot more if they understood more what was really going on and answering those questions that are brought up here when we ask a direct question, not when we're just sitting here commenting on anything in particular, but when we ask a direct question, if that could be answered, I think that would go a long ways towards soothing some of the people out here that really have a lot of anxiety about what you're doing and stuff. You know, a lot of people don't pay that close of attention until something bites them. So they come looking for somebody like me that comes down here and sits here all day long and gets up and makes a fool out of myself sometimes. But I think that would help us out a lot. And Commissioner Rice, I would like to thank you for supporting the older ones in the community. I'm one of them. I'm almost 80 and stuff, so I appreciate that. And I spoke to the head of the Art Council out there, and I told him, I says, I don't want you to misunderstand me. I am in favor of this project. I'm just real concerned that at some point you're going to want to go and get money out of the general fund. And his comment was, maybe some future board will ask to do that. So that is in the works somewheres down the line. And I don't know how you can keep it from going there. Because when you guys are gone, another board will come in and say, yeah, we want to give them $1 million to do this. But anyway, thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, any other
Well,
public comment?
I just wanted to respond to that a little bit, if you don't mind. I think what Mr. Jackson is referring to, and I know that we try to, the public comment period is not a question and answer period. However, we do write down questions and we try to address those questions. In addition to that, I'm willing to meet with any member of the public offline. My phone numbers are all posted, and even in the recent thing that you indicated regarding next door and the question of whether or not Commissioner Hales or I had a conscience, I went ahead and posted my phone number, okay, and said, if you have a question about my conscience, please give me a call. And my phone is always available. So I addressed that, though.
Mark, if you don't have a conscience, there can't be a question about it then.
Thank you.
All right, this meeting is adjourned.